We are live now.
Thank you and good morning. You're joining the Energy, Utilities and Technology Committee. We are here via Zoom and we're going to be conducting public hearings today. And I believe on a total of
I have 8 bills.
Oh, I was going to say 7, but as usual, Seth can count better than I can. So we're having 8 bills this morning. And I'll introduce myself. I am State Senator Mark Lawrence from Southern York County, representing the towns of Kittery, Elliott, York, Ogunquit, South Berwick, and part of Berwick. I am the Senate Chair of the committee, and I will be starting up the hearing today. And with me is my co-chair, who will be taking over at any time that I need to leave. So I'll just ask Representative Berry to introduce himself.
Hey, good morning, everyone. Seth Berry. I represent House District 55, Bowdoin, Bodenham, almost all of Richmond, and beautiful Swan Island on the Kennebec. Good to be with you.
Great. And with us are the several other members of the committee. So I'll go around the virtual horseshoe and ask them to introduce themselves, starting with Representative Ziegler.
Good morning. I'm Paige Ziegler. I represent District 96 in Waldo County, the 7 towns of Belmont, Liberty, Lincolnville, Montfort, Morrow, Palermo, and Steersmont.
Great. And next, Representative Wadsworth, our Republican House lead.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, everybody. I am Nate Wadsworth. I represent House District 70, Southern Oxford County.
And then to Representative Woods.
There we go. Good morning. Hi, I'm Barb Wood, and I represent House District 38, which is the western end of the peninsula in Portland.
And next to Representative Grochowski.
Good morning, all. Nicole Grochowski. I represent House District 132, which is the city of Ellsworth and the town of Trenton.
Next to Representative Cuddy.
Good morning. My name is Scott Cuddy, and I represent House District 98, which is Winterport, Frankfort, Searsport, and Swanville.
Next to Representative Foster.
Good morning. I'm Steve Foster, representing District 104, including the rural towns of Charleston, Garland, Stetson, Exeter, and Dexter.
Great. And last but not least, Senator Vitelli.
Good morning. I'm Eloise Vitelli. I represent Senate District 23, which is all of Saginaw County and the town of Dresden in Lincoln County, and I reside in the beautiful island community of Rousick.
Okay, and thank you all for introducing yourselves, and just a few points of information for members of the public who are watching. This video is being live streamed over the internet on YouTube, and it will be recorded and will be made part of the permanent record of the Energy, Utilities, Technology Committee and the Maine State Legislature. Normally we have 13 people on our committee who join us, but each day, each member who many serve on multiple committees, and many who have bills to present in other committees or other legislative matters to deal with will be on and off this hearing. That's no reflection on their interest in the subject matter and interest in this legislation. It's just that we're all stretched so thin in many ways in this citizens legislature that it's difficult for us to be all in the same place at the same time. And excuse me, we are doing the bills in a certain order today. So oftentimes they will appear on the website numerically, and that's not necessarily the order we're going to be taking them up. And a lot of times we get requests from legislators to try to time their bills in such a way that allows them to be in other places at other times. So the order this morning from 9 to 11, we're going to try to hear LD 848, LD 1432, LD 1484, and then LD 989 this morning. And with us on those bills is our analyst, Dan Tartikoff. And he is our analyst on these types of bills. Dan, I'd just ask you to turn your video on so everybody gets to see you. There's Dan. So we have two legislative analysts on our committee, Deirdre Snyder and Dan Tartikoff. Deirdre is kind of our primary for the purposes of scheduling and doing other things, but between them, they divide up responsibilities for bills. Dan also staffs the, excuse me, the Environment and Natural Resources Committee. So they are essentially backing each other up during this time of COVID. In case one of them is out, the committee doesn't grind to a halt. The other one can back the person up. Dan handles about 40% of our bills, Deirdre 60%. So on the subject matter this morning on these 4 bills, this is in Dan's area. And so he will be monitoring the hearing, gathering the information, and writing a summary for us of what we heard at the hearing. With us also is our committee clerk, Jordan Merrifield. Jordan is actually in Augusta in the empty committee room, but he is there. Jordan is the person who handles all the paperwork for the committee, a lot of the making the trains run on time. So he's the one who pulls together, when there's a schedule, he pulls together a list of people who are testifying on the bill and provides the committee with all kinds of information we need for the hearing. Conducting hearings on Zoom and conducting legislative matters in this way is actually much more time consuming. So it's one example of how technology does not save time, and in fact makes things work slower for us because we're not present and have the ease of interaction when we're personally all in the same space. So Jordan is the person who tries to make it easier for us. But normally he would lay a series of papers in front of us for us to look at on each bill. Now he has to send us multiple emails and different information for us to try to organize and look at bills. So you'll often see many of us looking at other screens. Many of us have 3 or 4 screens going on at the same time with different bits of information on them that we have for the hearing. So that's also not a sign that we are ignoring what you're saying or what's going on. Jordan is the person who puts together the list of people who will testify each day. And we ask you to be kind to Jordan. And if you're planning to testify, get to him before 10 o'clock the night before so that he can prepare a list for us in the morning. The hour between 8 and 9 o'clock when we start is very busy for Jordan when he's trying to pull together the last details for every hearing. So if he's constantly getting emails and phone calls and texts, it's difficult for him to get that job done. So we ask that you try to get your information to him the night before by 10 o'clock. So we will be conducting these hearings, and I'll go over kind of the process for what hearings are and what we do during the hearings. So legislative hearings, we try to simulate on Zoom what we did when we were in public, in allowing the public to come in and testify. So in the Maine legislature, we have public hearings on each and every bill unless we are given leave to hear a bill without a public hearing or work on a bill without a public hearing. But the standard in the Maine legislature is transparency and having a public hearing on each and every matter that we can have a public hearing on. And the purpose of this public hearing is to give us a chance to hear directly from members of the public on their feelings on this bill. Because we have so many bills and so many people who want to testify, we have to limit that public statement to 3 minutes. Otherwise, we would never get through all the people who want to testify and all the bills we have to do. But we do ask that you submit written testimony. So if you are coming in to testify and you have detailed testimony, we suggest you put it in writing, submit it to us through the legislature's website that is then transmitted to every member of the committee and becomes part of the permanent record of the committee. Then when you get up to testify in your 3 minutes, highlight the points you want us to look at in more detail in your written testimony. I can't emphasize enough how important written testimony it is. Legislators, especially the legislators on this committee, will go back and reread written testimony during each work session that we work a bill, and often refer back to what is in written testimony. And if after you get up and testify, you want to amend or supplement your written testimony, that is always welcome. And please submit additional testimony and additional statements at any time. When you get up and testify, I'm going to ask you to introduce yourself, say what community you're from, and if you're representing an organization or another group of individuals, you tell us who that is that you're here to represent. I'm going to call people up in order, in the order of people, first the sponsor of the bill, then the co-sponsors. Legislators are not limited to the 3-minute rule, but legislators know for any time they serve in the legislature that if you can't say it within 3 minutes, it's not worth saying because people have stopped listening to you. So legislators are usually good on following the 3-minute rule, and we'll have them up to testify first. Then I will go to proponents, people speaking in favor of the bill. And we ask you to identify when you get up, whether you're a proponent, whether you're an opponent, or whether you're speaking neither for nor against the bill, but wish to provide the committee with additional information that will be helpful in our deliberations. So I'll go to proponents first. Next, I will go to opponents, and then I will go to people neither for nor against. In the rare circumstance where we have so many people sign up to testify that it would take us more than a half an hour to get through one side of the bill, I will alternate back and forth between proponents, opponents, and neither for nor against to allow all members, all people wishing to testify, not to have to wait through the other side's testimony before they get a chance to speak too as well. So that will be the general process, but I don't expect that on any bills this morning. So just as a reminder, you should submit written testimony if you can. You need to remember that everything you say is going to be recorded. We ask you to use respectful language. We ask you not to have anything behind you that people could consider offensive in any manner. And this will be available indefinitely into the future, what you say and the things appearing behind you. So please be respectful of that. So with that, I'm going to go on to our first bill this morning, and I'll bring up our list of people who are going to be testifying. Assuming technology works.
It is LD 848, Representative Collmore.
Yes, it is. I was having trouble. My computer was having trouble opening the Word document.
Got it.
So our first bill is LD 848, an act to increase high-speed internet in rural Maine. Excuse me. And with us to present the bill is the sponsor of the bill, Representative Amanda Collmore, and I'd invite her up to testify. Amanda?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. My name is Amanda Collmore, and I represent House District 106, Clinton, Detroit, and my hometown of Pittsfield. I will be looking off to the side because I do have another screen like you were talking about, Senator Lawrence, but I promise I'm focused on you. Senator Lawrence, Representative Berry, and distinguished members of the Committee on Energy, Utilities, and Technology. My name is Amanda Collmore. I represent House District 106, and I come before you today to ask you to support LD 848, an act to expand high-speed internet connectivity in rural Maine. And I know the title is a little bit different, but we did have an issue accidentally with the revisor's office, so that would be an amendment for me. As we all know, Maine is a largely rural state. According to census data, 98.83% of Maine's 3,215 square miles is considered rural. 1.3 million of Maine's citizens live in rural Maine compared to the 513,542 people that live in urban areas. More than 26% of Maine citizens have no internet connection they can use. This past year, we have experienced something to the magnitude of which none of us could have considered possible. education was pushed to a fully virtual world. Maine's lack of internet connectivity was highlighted in a way that is not in the most positive of lights. I think it's important to recognize the strain of the lack of connectivity and what it put on communities throughout the state, either because areas lacked access altogether or affordable high-speed options were unavailable to the population. Conversely, it's also important to highlight the neighbor helping neighbor response that Maine is known best for. Companies worked with school districts to help connect children to their classrooms. School districts were able to keep school bus drivers employed by bringing buses armed with internet hotspots to children so they could work on their schoolwork. Families worked together to bring their children to library parking lots and school parking lots to connect. And even with all of this, there were still areas that could not access the internet. The goal of this legislation is to encourage high-speed internet providers to bring their business to the most rural and underserved areas of our state. Increasing connectivity to full-time citizens in these communities without increasing Maine's already heavy tax burden is another goal. In my research, I have found that the private-public partnerships have worked to solve problems, especially in times of financial difficulties. By incentivizing the take rate of the rural communities, companies will be more likely to expand into these areas without the state being forced to use taxpayer money to cover the areas. As a side note, the take rate percentage that I put in the bill, the concept draft, is up for discussion. I use this percentage as a placeholder, but I'm open to discussing what the committee and stakeholders feel is the best rate. The percentage of tax benefit to the companies is also up for negotiation. I use the listed percentage as a starting point. The idea behind this being that companies would connect underserved rural areas knowing they could recover costs through tax incentives, and the state would receive additional revenue from the citizens that are now able to connect to these services. The last thing I would like to discuss about this legislation is defining rural. I did a lot of research to try and find what would call a good definition of rural, and I found this is something that is either missing or unclear in statute. The U.S. Census has more than 6 different definitions to help us define rural and urban areas, but even with the most prominent under 2,500 definition, Maine's most rural towns are not clearly identified. Of Maine's 521 named towns, 376 of them have less than 2,500 citizens, with 247 of those having less than 1,000 citizens. I believe having a clear definition of rural in the state of Maine will help the state target the most underserved areas and provide a tiered incentive program to encourage industry expansion into those most rural areas. In closing, it is important that we fix Maine's high-speed internet connectivity problem through a strong public-private partnership without increasing the tax burden on the hardworking people of Maine. Thank you for your time today, and I look forward to answering your questions and working with you during the work session.
Thank you very much, Representative. And I apologize, I forgot to mention the public at the start of this work session that when you get up and testify, there will be an opportunity for members of the committee to ask you questions after your testimony. And the questions are restricted to members of the committee. They are not people attending the hearing or in the waiting room who can ask questions. And after you get done with your questions, after all the questions have been asked, you'll be, as I have been told not to say, you won't be demoted, but you will be beamed over to be an attendee of the Zoom session and to continue to watch the proceedings. But once you're beamed over, you are not beamed back on to answer somebody else's question directed at another person testifying. You won't be able to answer that question by raising your hand or doing anything else. So if you do have an answer to someone else's question, we ask that you submit it in writing to the committee so that we can speed things along. And with that, are there any questions from the committee for the good representative? Representative Foster.
Thank you, Chair Lawrence. Also, thank you, Representative Collmore, for presenting this bill to us today. As it's a concept draft, obviously lacking a lot of detail, but one item that you do list is that the tax breaks would be available upon 90% of the citizens being connected. And I know that at least in some of my rural towns I represent, there's a large population of folks whose children have left home, who in the past have indicated to me that they're not necessarily interested in paying what it would cost to have high-speed internet. They don't have a need for it, whatever. It would seem that that 90% level might be being connected might be difficult to reach. I'm wondering if you might revise that, or if that is what you intend to have in this bill. That's thank you.
Thank you, Representative Foster. Yes, as I stated in my testimony, that was just a starting point, and if the committee feels that a lower percentage would be more beneficial to the bill, I would absolutely consider that.
Yes, Representative Foster, did you want to follow up?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. And just as a follow-up, so if that were 90%, for instance, as a number of those who had it available to their residents, would that meet your need in this bill? In other words, there's an opportunity for them to connect if they so desire.
That would be something that I would be willing to discuss. Yes, absolutely.
Representative Foster, anything else? Okay. Any other questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much, Representative. And I'm going to ask, I have something I need to attend to, so I'm going to ask Representative Berry if he would take over to continue the testimony on this bill, and then I will be back to take over when the next bill is up, which is your bill, I believe, Representative Berry. So if you could take over, that would be great. Do you have the testimony list?
I do. Yes, Senator. Thank you.
Okay.
And just to be sure, I would like to put Senator Bennett's bill ahead of mine, just because I know the governor is waiting to testify on that, and I think quite a number of others as well. So.
Okay, that's fine. Do we know if she is ready to testify at that time?
She is. Yes, very much so. In fact, she's waiting right now.
Thanks.
Great. Okay. Thank you, Senator. And we will proceed with testimony from the public. I don't have any co-sponsors on the list to testify, so we'll go forward with testimony in favor of this legislation, beginning with Mr. Ben Sanborn of the Telecommunications Association of Maine. Welcome, Ben.
Thank you. Representative Berry, members of the committee, my name is Ben Sanborn. I'm the Executive Director and Counsel for Telecommunications Association of Maine. We are testifying in support of this legislation. As Representative Foster noted, there are some details that I think need to get hammered out with regards to the specifics on this, one of which is the question of is the 90% availability, or is the 90% the number of folks who are actually taking the service? I think that's a critical question. Also, some questions of how broad is this going to be? Is it only new investment? Is it the first investor, or is it all investors who may be coming into this area? So I think those are details that absolutely can be worked out. We think that the structure is a good one, that it is the type of incentive that I think does benefit the state and the rural areas. It's something that is not a loss of tax revenues, because but for this incentive, it's likely the investment would not have been made. So it's not that you're losing tax dollars, it's that you're going to be getting a service that's going to come in, and for some period of time, there's going to be a reduction in the tax on that investment. And presumably after that point, there will be a resumption of the taxation, but also there are all of the taxes that would come from the services that are being provided, and from potentially businesses people are starting up in the more rural areas and things like that. So we think this type of incentive is a really good approach. We are supportive of it, and we look forward to working with the sponsor and others to hammer out the details to make this something that will benefit the state. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Great, thank you, Mr. Sanborn. And I neglected to say when we turn to the general public that we do use a 3-minute clock for non-sponsors, and you, of course, didn't need that reminder, and did well as always in that respect. Any questions from the committee? All right, seeing none, thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
And we will go on to more testimony and support from Melinda Kinney, representing Charter Communications. Welcome.
Hi. Good morning, Chairman Barry, members of the Energy Utilities Technology Committee. My name is Melinda Kinney, representing Charter Communications, and here testifying in support of LD 848. As the pandemic has demonstrated, broadband services are vitally important to remote education, healthcare, work, and we also know that there are many areas, as noted today, that don't have access to broadband. And so we support the concept of this bill to provide incentives that will help expand services to those areas. Charter supports broadband deployment in especially public-private partnerships, and we feel like those can really close the gap for those who have broadband and those who don't. And so we really applaud Representative Colomore's efforts here, and would love to work with her on expanding the bill and getting more clarity around some of these broadband tiers. So with that, I will answer any questions.
Great, thank you very much. Any questions from the committee? All right, seeing none, thank you for joining us. And we go on next to testimony neither for nor against this bill. And first up is Mr. Barry Hobbins, the public advocate. Welcome. And if you could turn on your video and audio, that would be great. Okay.
Good morning, Representative Barry and Senator Lawrence and members of the Energy, Utilities and Technology Committee. I'm Barry Hobbins, and I am here to testify neither for nor against LD 848. The Office of the Public Advocate is supportive of the expansion of broadband in Maine, but isn't really sure this concept draft is the most effective way to do that. The OPA's biggest concern is that it creates an incentive for companies to prioritize the areas that are mostly likely to achieve the 90% connection, which is not necessarily the communities in the highest need. The office also understands that the Connect Maine Authority has some concerns about the viability of this proposed piece of legislation. Maine would be the first state to adopt a population-based tax incentive for broadband expansion. And the OPA believes funding should be need-based to prioritize unserved areas as opposed to other metrics included in this bill, as, for example, population density. The office isn't opposed to Maine leading the way to promoting programs for high-speed internet to rural areas, but does not believe removing the Connect Maine Authority from the process or preventing local communities from having a seat at the table is the best way to achieve this goal. The tax incentives can promote development of infrastructure. However, all stakeholders should have the ability to provide input to guarantee the best outcome. And finally, the Office of the Public Advocate believes that there needs to be more streamlined approach to addressing the expansion of broadband in the state, especially in the rural areas. A more comprehensive bill that incorporates all the encompassing areas that involve the Connect Maine Authority in the decision-making process would be the best way to achieve this ambitious project, instead of the number of bills that only address one or two issues and create inconsistencies in the project. We are fortunate, I believe, to hear next the bill LD 1484, which the governor has suggested amendments to. That could be, I believe, the anchor and be the foundation bill for an omnibus bill for the area of broadband. If you have any questions, please let me know and I'll be happy to answer them.
Thank you, Mr. Hobbins. Any questions? Seeing none, we appreciate your joining us. And
thank you very much, as always. Thank you.
Great. Up next, we have Neil Goldberg for the Maine Municipal Association, neither for nor against.
Good morning. Representative Barry, Senator Lawrence, and members of the Energy, Utilities, and Technology Committee. My name is Neil Goldberg, and I am providing testimony neither for nor against LD 848 on behalf of Maine MMA's Legislative Policy Committee. As it's only a concept draft, the association cannot fully support the bill until a little more information is revealed. But generally speaking, our members approve of the intent of this and obviously support improving internet speeds in rural communities. The tiered incentives is a unique approach, and that is a noble concept that might work. Obviously, residents in rural communities desperately need higher internet speeds, and it really isn't limited to rural communities, but this bill singles them out. So a few issues that did come to mind in this bill. First is, what are these high speeds that will be installed or upgraded? Right now, most municipalities have some form or some level of internet. And so unless there's a marginal increase, what are we really paying for? So that should be clarified first. A lot of members would point first to fiber optic as really the only path forward, but that will be for you all to decide. The second concern raised was what constitutes this 90% of citizens in the community. It was touched on earlier about if it's going to be availability or if it's going to be actual access, but our members brought up the point of which property owners. If these are second homes and vacation owners, then ultimately full-time year-round residents will create that 10%, constitute the group that's maybe overlooked. And so for that reason, we'd love to see permanent residents prioritized in whatever that percentage is and however that's determined. So thank you for your time today, and be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Any questions for Neil? All right, seeing none, we appreciate your joining us as always. And up next, Nick Batista from the Island Institute. Welcome.
Good morning. Good morning, Senator Lawrence, Representative Barry, members of the Energy, Utilities, and Technology Committee, testifying neither for nor against LD 848 on behalf of the Island Institute. The Island Institute believes a well-targeted tax credit may be an important tool for expanding access to rural broadband, and a targeted tax credit may fill gaps between existing grant programs and viable private investment. Our written testimony provides some thoughts on the bill. Many of them are similar to the questions that Ben and Melinda and other speakers have raised. I would note that Senator Lawrence has a broadband tax credit bill, LD 1118, that probably achieves similar purposes to this and is much further along in terms of policy development. Happy to continue these conversations around a well-structured tax credit at the appropriate time.
Good. Any questions? All right, seeing none. Thank you, Nick, and we'll see you again soon. Up next, and I believe this is the final testimony on the bill, no pressure, Peggy Schaefer from the Connect Maine Authority.
Good morning. My name is Peggy Schaefer. I'm the director of the Connect Maine Authority. I live in Vassalboro, and we're testifying neither for nor against this bill. You know, concept drafts are sort of hard to because they're concepts, right? So I think there is a bigger bill coming next, which has some new ideas around structure. Our concerns with this bill is that it's a tax incentive program for towns with population tiers. It sort of redefines rural, which is unusual in statute. There doesn't appear to be any provision for controlling or managing the cost. We're a little worried that communities really don't have a say or a direction in this. Really, the company can come in, connect people up, and get a tax break. That's not the process we've used. It's not the process. We have a sort of a nationally recognized process where we get communities engaged. This process sort of goes over that. And there's also really significant questions around who has the responsibility for creating the program, who sets the standards, as MMA pointed out, what exactly are we paying for in terms of connectivity, what type of building gets funded. There's no provision here for overbuilding. Some areas do have connectivity in rural areas. Would this overbuild that? So I think there's a number of things that need to be worked on in this bill to make it workable. I think the fiscal note's not going to be insignificant. My sincere concern is that this does not bring in matching funds, right? It doesn't bring in funds from the community. It doesn't bring in other state funds. It's just a straight tax break, and it doesn't take advantage of federal funds. So that kind of piece of lack of coordination is troubling. And maybe it could potentially have the state pick up 100% of the tab. Again, as Nick noted, there is a similar bill over in tax that you guys had in front of you last year that went to tax last year. It's now in tax again this year. And if any of these moves forward, they should do it in concert. So I'm happy to answer any questions.
Great, thank you very much. Peggy, any questions? All right, we'll see you again soon. And Jordan, is there any additional testimony that came in late?
There is not. That is it for 848.
Great. All right. Well, that concludes our public hearing on LD 848. And I will turn it back to my good co-chair, Senator Lawrence, for, I believe, Senator Bennett's bill, LD 1484. Is that right?
Thank you. And I think, yes, we will, at your suggestion, take 1484 out of order. So we're moving on now to LD 1484, an act to enhance the Connect Maine Authority's capacity to provide world-class internet. And the chair is pleased to recognize the sponsor of the bill, Senator Rick Bennett. Senator Bennett. Oops.
Good morning.
Morning.
Senator Lawrence, Representative Berry, and esteemed members of the Joint Standing Committee on Energy, Utilities, and Technology. My name is Rick Bennett. I live in Oxford, and I have the honor of representing the beautiful foothills and lakes region of Western Maine in the state Senate. I'm very pleased to introduce today LD 1484. I won't read the title because that may be something you'll want to look at. But I'm honored that this bill is co-sponsored by my fellow co-chairs of the legislature's Broadband Caucus, Representative Seth Berry, Senator Chloe Maxman, and Representative Tom Schofield. Over the past several weeks, I've also been pleased to have had the opportunity to work with Governor Mills and Commissioner of DECD, Heather Johnson, on perfecting the measure before you. So today, and I'm also extremely honored that the Chief Executive, I believe, will be testifying personally in support of this bill. So today I present an amendment which is intended to replace the printed bill and which I've attached with my testimony. This legislation has the promise of making every corner of Maine inviting and prosperous. The reality is that nobody will consider moving to a community lacking high-speed, reliable internet. The very survival of many towns across our state is at stake with the decisions we make. The pandemic has underscored the disparities of who gets to communicate and who doesn't. Nobody should be left behind in this digital age. This includes small business people trying to reach customers, students struggling to learn remotely, rural patients pursuing state-of-the-art telehealth options, and older people trying to keep in touch with family during the pandemic. Their need is urgent, and the time is now for a bold bipartisan initiative. Happily, as we all know, we will be soon receiving, perhaps as early as next month, nearly $130 million in targeted broadband funding through the American Rescue Act. In addition to the federal money coming, I believe unrestricted state funds, such as the $100 million I have proposed in LD 1235, that is supported by the legislature's Broadband Caucus and the Maine Broadband Coalition, should be deployed as well. This will make a substantial down payment on the estimated $600 million that our Maine broadband plan predicts is required to accomplish the task of connecting Maine completely. These dollars available are as just an unprecedented as the opportunity itself. Such vast but vital sums spent smartly, swiftly, and wholly in the public interest is what is required. This legislation we present today will accomplish this goal through the creation of a new, nimble, quasi-governmental agency to work with private companies and public entities to ensure complete coverage of Maine with reliable high-speed internet as soon as possible. Let me take you through some of the details. The amendment will create a new agency, the Maine Connectivity Authority, MCA, a quasi-public independent agency modeled after other effective task-oriented organizations that we've seen, such as the Maine Technology Institute. The MCA will be governed by a 7-member board, including 4 appointed by the governor, 2 recommended by the presiding officers of the legislature, and the commissioner of the Department of Economic and Community Development. The president will be appointed by the governor and confirmed by the legislature. All other staffing will be determined by the president and the authority board. The current Connect Maine Authority will become part of this new agency. The MCA will have the strategic breadth and tactical tools to get the job done, including the ability to own real or personal property, to make and execute contracts with other entities, to build and maintain dark fiber, to issue revenue bonds and other debt instruments, to hold securities and equity instruments, to sue and to collect fees and provide financing. Very importantly, the MCA will be able to collect data about current internet availability, making sure the confidentiality of that information is protected. The MCA will report annually to the legislature on its progress, and in 2030, 9 years from now, the authority will be assessed in a sunset review by the legislature. So there'll be a specific decision made about the agency's continuation, abolishment, or transformation. Obviously, during this pandemic, we've learned much and we've lost much. We've learned again our need to see, talk, and have long, intimate conversations with our loved ones. This has been especially poignant for isolated people who haven't been hugged in a long time. We've learned again that the ability of someone with mobility issues, getting along in years, and who lives in a rural area to look in the eye of a top doctor is tremendously liberating, hopeful, and enlivening. Widespread high-speed internet will help stanch the brain drain of young professionals leaving the state for jobs and help people in Maine build futures here. We all know stories of our kids and grandkids being kicked out of their offices in New York and Boston and told to go work remotely. Many are taking the chance to move back to Maine, to family, to our small towns, and to our magnificent outdoors. We can and we must seize this unique moment and embrace this opportunity. In my view, it is the big, hairy, audacious goal for this legislature. We can set Maine apart and launch a brighter, more prosperous future. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there questions from the committee for Senator Bennett? Yes, Representative Foster.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Senator Bennett, for your presentation of this bill, and good morning to you. I do have some questions that if you don't have the answers to, maybe we can make sure somebody brings them to the work session. First of all, I'm wondering if there's any anticipation what the administration cost would be for this entity and where that funding would come from, if it would be from ratepayers, taxpayers, or monies that are being utilized for expansion. Thank you.
Thank you. I think the startup costs, depending on the availability of the federal funds and restrictions on that, could be absorbed within federal funding that may be coming. The ongoing costs, I think, should be recognized personally, and I think that the agency itself is going to have to create a model for funding. But I'm hoping that it will have be able to create revenue streams such that it is not dependent on state tax dollars for its operations.
Any follow-up, Representative Foster?
Well, I do have a couple more questions, Mr. Chair, but I can wait and let somebody else have their turn.
Go right ahead.
Thank you, sir. So to continue, in the bill, it indicates that this entity would have the ability to have ownership for poles and wires and other facilities. Could you expand possibly on what you think those facilities might include, how broad that ownership might be?
Yeah, I think the agency should resist as much as possible ownership of real assets. But I think that there are areas of the state that, while we build out a strategy for covering completely the state of Maine, that it may be necessary to infill actual, say, dark fiber in certain areas of the state, the middle mile kind of approach. I'm not saying that's required, and this agency isn't designed for that purpose. It's designed rather to be flexible and nimble and make sure that it can work with all parties, as I said, other public entities as well as private sector companies, to make sure that we actually have a complete network across the state. And we all know that the network we have is populated with lots of providers, lots of different kinds of connectivity, different technologies, and this entity needs to infill and make sure that all areas of the state are covered.
So if I may, I believe the bill also mentions that the entity would be responsible for maintenance of those facilities that they own. What would that look like? Would they actually employ crews to do that, or would they contract that out, or how?
They very well may. I think it depends on what they end up owning and if anything, and how they decide to organize themselves. I think that is a plan that they'll have to come up with depending on the network that is built. And they will be reporting to the legislature on a regular basis and have legislative oversight through the president and through the board members so that we can keep an eye on their activities and make sure they're doing the job.
And if I may, one final question. Thank you. Senator Bennett, if so, with that in mind, after, let's assume that in 2030, the goals have been reached and the legislature is happy with what was accomplished and decides to sunset this entity, has there been any thought given to what the ownership of those facilities, how that would be handled from there on, and also the maintenance thereof? Thank you.
It's a great question, and I don't think that we're in a position without the entity being created and knowing exactly how it will go about its work and what things will look like in 2030 to determine the disposition of any assets if the agency is abolished at the sunset. But that is required in the bill, that they will create a plan and a report, do an analysis of options, and present that to the legislature so the legislature can make that determination. The idea is that they would do a plan and actually produce legislation so that to facilitate the legislative review.
Other questions for Senator Bennett? Representative Berry.
Senator Bennett, good to be with you, and thanks for presenting this bill. I will not be presenting my own testimony. I'll be submitting it in writing, so I will just ask you to confirm for me whether you believe that this bill, coupled with federal and state funding, could be a giant leap for mankind.
I heard you use that phrase yesterday, Representative Berry, and I love it, and I may borrow it. So I'm just going to warn you all that, but a giant leap for mankind is wonderful. I told my wife, and I said that's the phrase of the day. And this committee knows how I like phrases. So the idea is that this is, as I say, big, bold, hairy, and audacious. Also not my own term, but I think well applied here. The reality is that we're getting an unprecedented amount of money to deploy. And we, in the current Connect Maine Authority, with all their good work and their two people working hard and their volunteer boards, are not well equipped to spend this kind of funds and do it in a smart, strategic, swift manner that is wholly in the public interest. And that is the idea behind this agency.
Thank you very much.
Other questions? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator.
I do not believe there are any co-sponsors who wish to testify, so we'll go directly to proponents. And it's our pleasure to have as the first proponent, the Governor of the state of Maine, Janet Mills. Governor.
Good morning, and thank you, ladies and gentlemen of the Energy Utilities Committee, Senator Lawrence and Representative Berry. And I'm very thankful that Senator Bennett went first so he could take those probing questions from Representative Foster and answer them very aptly. It's a pleasure to see you this morning, however, remotely and virtually. I would have done this in the cabinet room, but sometimes we have problems with internet connection in the cabinet room. There you go. You know, the term bipartisanship has been thrown around and it's almost misused in its overuse, but sometimes it can be employed in a true sense. And I think this bill, this amendment to Senator Bennett's original bill, is truly a bipartisan, hopefully a bipartisan success. You have constituents, every one of you, who has reported to you the flaws and failings and lackings of the internet system in Maine. They are my constituents too. And I hear from people across the state of Maine, parents who during the pandemic had to drive their kids to outside of Dunkin' Donuts or another store in town to log on to Wi-Fi and through a hotspot to get their homework done. Doctors and nurses trying to contact patients and maintain their charts and review their charts during telehealth sessions, and school students who've missed school completely because of dropped connections. High-speed internet, as you know, in this committee is as fundamental as electricity, heat, and water. It's the primary way of connecting with other people. It's the modern equivalent of the rural electrification of the 1930s, as Representative Berry so aptly described yesterday, and the internet's interstate highway system of the 1950s. The internet is the highway of the future and the highway to the future. Yet thousands of people in Maine and businesses and residents can't access or afford high-speed internet here. It's unacceptable. We have to have high-speed internet throughout our state, and with willpower, we will get there. To expand high-speed internet, I think you know the three major barriers. One, infrastructure, especially in rural communities. Low population density and our funky geography has made it unprofitable for many private sector providers to expand internet networks independently. Two, lack of digital literacy, so that people will understand and utilize emerging technologies. And three, affordability. According to Pew Charitable Trust, 4 in 10 adults with incomes under $30,000 just don't have, cannot afford broadband access. So many households are dependent on free Wi-Fi hotspots at schools, libraries, and places of business. Last year, we pivoted during the pandemic and we found $5.6 million in federal CARES Act money to help provide permanent internet infrastructure to more than 730 school students across rural Maine. And we secured mobile hotspots and learning devices for nearly 24,000 students in Maine. And I want to thank the committee for helping supporting the $15 million bond to expand broadband last year. That was the first new investment in internet in more than a decade, and Maine voters overwhelmingly approved it. It's a sign and a signal that voters in Maine and constituents of all of us want this to go forward. This amendment, the substantial amendment to Senator Bennett's original bill, 1484, will establish the Maine Connectivity Authority, which will put Maine in the driver's seat when it comes to expanding affordable broadband. Let me just take a moment to explain what it is not, though. It is not an expansion of government bureaucracy. It is not a taxing authority. It is not an adjudicatory authority. It is not a regulatory authority. But the authority will have the flexibility and the creativity to use as much as $129 million from the American Rescue Act plan to partner with the private sector and partner with communities, leveraging private and local investment and coordinating the build out of infrastructure, as well as potentially owning some physical broadband infrastructure, holding equity in broadband projects that it funds, and providing grants and loans. Connect Me Authority will continue its important work as a division of this new broader authority. The authority will address not only our infrastructure needs, which you hear so much about in your hearings, but will address also the affordability that faces Maine consumers every day. The result, I think, will be an entity that is well positioned to work with private broadband providers and local communities and regions to close the digital divide and drive a more proactive and creative approach to meeting Maine's current and future needs, rather than reacting constantly in piecemeal fashion to construct a patchwork of infrastructure here, there, and everywhere. This legislation will create a strategic expansion of broadband based on leverage and creative financial options to build the most effective, universal, affordable access to the internet. This legislation, to me, is for every child who couldn't learn remotely during this pandemic because they couldn't Zoom into the classroom. It's for every entrepreneur who we want to stay here, want to come here, who couldn't open the door of their new business because they couldn't get online. It's for the father or mother who wanted their child to Zoom with their grandparents and give them a virtual hug this past year, but who could not. It's for every person considering moving to Maine, but wondering if they'll be able to work remotely or connect remotely. I want to thank Senator Bennett, Representative Berry, Senator Maximum, and Representative Schofield for co-sponsoring the bill and this amendment, and for crossing the aisle to co-sponsor this important legislation in true bipartisan fashion. And I respectfully request that you vote unanimously ought to pass on this groundbreaking bill, which I think is one of the most important pieces of legislation the legislature has today, this year. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Are there questions from the committee for the governor on this bill? Yes, Representative Foster.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Governor Mills, for being with us this morning and for your support of affordable high-speed internet across rural Maine. My question this morning, while I was having my Cheerios, I heard a press report on your press conference yesterday, and it was said that you did not yet know what the rates would be for ratepayers when this, if this were to come about. My question is, do you see this entity as actually being able to set rates for high-speed internet? Thank you.
Thank you for the question, Representative Foster. You're a real digger. I love your questions. But this is not a rate-setting entity. It is an entity that will leverage, as I said, public and private financing to provide the most affordable internet access for communities across the state. It may well be the local communities will negotiate rates for their area, depending on the physical infrastructure, depending on the challenges of that region having access over the long haul.
Thank you.
I should also mention that Commissioner Johnson, who has worked with providers and with legislators on this bill, is also on the Zoom and available to answer any questions either now or at a work session.
Great. Any follow-up, Representative Foster? Other questions from the committee? Representative Berry.
Thank you, Senator Lawrence. And it's not a question, but just a remark. Governor, thank you very much for joining us. It is it's great to have you with us in our committee. I wish it could be in Cross 211 in person, but maybe someday. And I just want to note also that the person following you, your Commissioner for Economic and Community Development, was the director of the Connect Maine Authority, appointed by the previous governor. And I think it certainly speaks to your commitment to broadband that you elevated her to the post that she is now in. And we look forward to working with her further and with you and with Senator Bennett on this legislation. So thank you.
Thank you, Representative Berry. And I'm sorry for the clutter in my office. It is really a working office. It's not meant for a lot of Zoom calls, but that's what we're doing these days. Thank you for your time.
Believe me, Governor, you don't want to see what is around our offices either. Any other questions for the governor? Seeing none, thank you very much for making the time to join us.
Thank you all very much.
You're welcome. We'll go on to other proponents. We'll now recognize Heather Johnson, the Commissioner of the Department of Economic and Community Development. Heather?
Good morning, Senator Lawrence, Representative Berry, and members of the Energy, Utilities, and Technology Committee. My name is Heather Johnson, and I'm the Commissioner of the Department of Economic and Community Development. And I'm here today to testify in support of the bipartisan amendment of LD 1484. I am not going to read through my testimony. I believe you have it, but just for efficiency's sake, the criticality of broadband, I think, is clear, and I think we all recognize that. I will say, though, I think Maine is uniquely positioned to execute this type of creative solutions. Maine has strong providers who are willing to work collaboratively on really difficult projects. And that's really what's left in our state, right? The easy projects that make money and were obvious are done. Now we've got more challenging projects. And I think we are very fortunate in Maine to have providers and communities be willing to kind of work together in partnership with this new authority. This new authority will have a number of financial mechanisms at their disposal to work in that collaborative mode to try to address the needs to get to a place that gets us the most leverage for the dollar. And I wanted to just quickly address, we got this question yesterday as well about the cost and the subscription costs. And I think that naturally comes up when we talk about trying to reduce operating costs and user subscription costs. That's really about working with providers and potentially communities, if communities are going to own assets as well, to find creative financial models that reduce their operating costs. Therefore, they can pass that reduction on, and thinking about kind of how do we look holistically at this? Because traditionally what's happened in the broadband space is infrastructure gets built and it either gets subsidized or doesn't get subsidized, but it gets built without a lot of reflection on as part of that process on what is the operating model, what are the operating costs, and who are those users and what do they need. And so this authority will have the tools and the flexibility to work really closely on these projects with providers to figure out how do we reduce the long-term operating costs, which therefore will drive lower subscription rates, and how do we work together to ensure that it isn't just a one-time build it and then we hope that either we subsidize the subscription, right? Right now, the FCC has a program that they're in the process of building, at least short-term while there's funding, to subsidize the subscription model. We think that is very expensive and won't sustain over the long term. And so working on affordability and operating costs in parallel with capital expense, we think is a way to reduce that cost long term. So hopefully, Representative Foster, that helps with the subscription costs. I think there was some confusion yesterday. We won't offer, it's not the intent to provide service. It's the intent to try to find ways to lower the overall costs so that affordability can happen. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Are there questions from the committee? Representative Foster.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Commissioner Johnson, for being here today and for answering one of my questions before I could even ask it of you. I do have some concerns, and I think that although I don't see Ms. Schaefer on the list to present testimony, I know that you have a lot of knowledge about this subject area, so I'll ask you questions I may have had for her. As you know, I've always been one that thinks every available dollar needs to go towards stringing fiber. And so I have a concern about creating this entity, authority, and the monies that will be needed just to operate it that Connect Maine currently would have available to do just exactly what I'm concerned about, string fiber. So I'm wondering if you could briefly now, or maybe for the work session, provide information on what you feel this authority can do that Connect Maine can't do. And if Connect Maine had, another resource or two, those types of things that the legislature certainly could provide, would they not be able to utilize this large increase in funding as effectively as they do what they have now? So that's really my concern with this. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Representative Foster, for the question. And certainly, I think this is absolutely a work in progress. There was a lot of evaluation done of, do you adjust Connect Maine and their mission and their tools, or do you keep Connect Maine solid with the good work that they're doing and look to add those couple of resources that you talked about in a different place to be able to do both things? I think the decision was made to do this separately. Connect Maine's work is really important, and that needs to continue without a lot of ups and downs, which the next few months will be to get this ready and organized. I also think, right, there is an SG&A model that we will look at for this new authority that is really important. So I absolutely agree with you, Representative Foster, that we need to not spend money on administering things. We need to spend money on building things. And the building of this will have a better return. So if you have the right structure, we believe that you can leverage additional private funding and other federal fundings to drive more expansion than the cost of the small infrastructure that you would build to do this work. So I think we share the same concern. Maybe during the work session, we can bring a number of different models that will give you a little bit more comfort. We've evaluated New York when they put out $500 million and what their model looked like. And so we have some information there that's helpful. And there are a couple of other places that have kind of done some similar work at different scale than what we're looking at. But so we have some models there, I think, that can be helpful for you, and we'd be happy to bring those to work session.
Thank you. Any follow-up, Representative Foster? Okay. Other questions for the commissioner from the committee, Representative Grochowski?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Commissioner Johnson. I just want to make sure I'm understanding the amendment properly. The Connect Maine Authority would then be coming out from under your department, and part of this new authority that would be sort of separate, maybe parallel to the agencies. Is that an accurate understanding?
Yeah, so the Connect Maine Authority would become part of this new quasi that would be developed. We think it's important to have one place for all the broadband work and all the connectivity work that needs to happen so that there's not confusion in the marketplace or in any of the pieces. It would also allow shared work around funding and expansion and leverage. And so the funds could be used for highest and best purpose, those types of things. So that's why that would become a department, a division of that work. We think it's important to keep that together. Obviously, we'll play an active role working with them. We won't push that off and not be an effective role. We will absolutely play an ongoing role there.
Great. Any follow-up, Representative Grochowski? Thank you. Other questions for the commissioner from the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much, Commissioner.
Yeah,
to give people an idea of the schedule today, we will be taking our morning break during this, after this bill. We have approximately, I would say, 9 more people to testify. So I imagine that break is going to be somewhere around 10:45. We will go on to our next individual testifying on this bill. That's Andrew Butcher. Andrew.
You. Good morning and greetings, Senator Lawrence, Representative Berry, members of the Energy and Utilities and Technology Committee. My name is Andrew Butcher, and this testimony is on behalf of the Maine Broadband Coalition, your partner in creating solutions for broadband policy and programming, to testify in support of LD 1484 and amendments. As you know, the Broadband Coalition is a statewide network of over 2,200 stakeholders working to advance the policy, resources, and infrastructure necessary to enable affordable, reliable, and future-oriented high-speed internet for all. The coalition is guided by a 30-member advisory committee representing a range of geographies, industries, sectors, and issues, including internet service providers, community-based organizations, nonprofits, governmental agencies, and private technology companies. If we keep doing things the way they've always been done, we'll never get to where we want to go. As we know, the last year has exposed the need for transformation in how our society functions, be it remote working, distance learning, e-commerce, or telehealth. The state's role enabling equitable access, affordable pricing, and high-performing, reliable, world-class broadband infrastructure is more important than ever, and LD 1484 boldly codifies that role, building from the strengths of the existing Connect Maine Authority. In 2021, we need to make sure that no one is without the ability to access the internet. We also need to make sure that we use the resources afforded through the American Rescue Plan Act to make the most of not just our recovery, but of transformation for future prosperity. The authority proposed in this bill affords the appropriate and necessary capacity and ability to proactively distribute funding, leverage resources, provide oversight to existing investments, and make the most out of long-term investments towards public benefit. We should all be concerned about how we will sustain, maintain, and oversee the public infrastructure that we invest in. And this bill not only enables the authority to generate funding for proactive investments, necessary maintenance and operations, but also accountability to manage the investments that are central to the public-private partnerships necessary to provide high-speed internet to all communities. Strong statutory authority combined with funding will enable the necessary structure and capacity to achieve the state's broadband goals and beyond. 2021 is not the year to act timidly around broadband in Maine. The Broadband Coalition looks forward to being an active partner in defining and distilling the roles and function of a more robust, nimble, and enhanced authority. Thanks so much for your time and efforts. Happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you very much. Are there questions from the committee for Mr. Butcher? Seeing none, Representative Berry.
I just want to chime in that the Maine Broadband Coalition has been working closely with the Bipartisan Broadband Caucus, and I want to encourage members of the committee that haven't been able to join us to do so if possible. We know your schedule is tough, but Mr. Butcher's been instrumental in that partnership, and I just want to say thank you in front of this committee for that work. Every other Wednesday, our next meeting is May 5th, and then May 19th, and so forth, 6 to 7 p.m.
Okay. Are there any other questions or public service announcements for from the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much. And we will now go on to the next person testifying in favor of this bill. It is Barry Hobbins, our public advocate. Barry? You need to turn on your volume, Barry.
Thank you very much, Senator Lawrence, Chairman Berry, and members of the Energy, Utilities, and Technology Committee. Good morning. My name is Barry Hobbins. I am the public advocate with the Office of the Public Advocate, and I am here today to testify in support of LD 1484. The OPA would like to thank Senator Bennett for his leadership for bringing this bill forward, as well as Senator Maxim, Representative Berry, and Representative Schofield for signing on as co-sponsors. And a special thank you to our Governor Mills, for her bold vision in providing an amendment today for the funding mechanism that this initiative through the American, I believe, rescue plan will provide the infrastructure. The EUT committee has been presently provided with several bills before this session that seek to address the expansion of broadband into rural Maine and served and unserved areas, and the marginalized, and to marginalize and the importance of low-income populations in the state. Each of these bills have merit, but it has consistently been the opinion of the Office of the Public Advocate that one comprehensive bill is needed to adequately address all of these issues, to ensure one comprehensive bill should be needed to adequately address all of these issues and to really ensure a comprehensive and a thorough solution. I personally experienced the effectiveness of a omnibus bill in 2013 as House Chair of the Energy, Utilities, and Technology Committee. The committee put together an omnibus bill that passed the legislature by an overwhelming margin. And I believe that this is the best way to move forward to guarantee the most streamlined approach to solve the lack of internet access that has plagued our state for years. The Connect Maine Authority and the executive director should be commended for doing such an admirable job, but with the volume of requests for funding paired with the lack of financial backing to fund these projects, it is time for the authority to expand its scope. And it is my opinion and the opinion of the OPA that this bill is the proper method to do so. In closing, the Office of the Public Advocate would again like to praise the bipartisan effort, which is so important to increase access to broadband to Mainers who have gone too long without sufficient internet access. Broadband expansion should not be political, and this bill gives the committee the best path forward. Thank you for your time, attention, and consideration, and this office and myself look forward to working with you on this bill during its work sessions. Thank you very much. Any questions, I'd be glad to answer.
Thank you very much, Barry. Are there questions from the committee? Thank you. And I will say, Barry, since the first time since your public announcement, we're going to miss you greatly as the public advocate. It's been a pleasure having you here and testifying. So I'm sure we'll hear from you more before you're done, but it's been a great pleasure having you as our public advocate.
Well, thank you. It's been an honor to appear before your committee, and I'm very pleased to have done that and to have been the public advocate going into my 4th year. Thanks.
Thank you. We'll now hear from Fletcher Kittredge from Biddeford. Fletcher?
Hello, can you see me today?
Yes, we can.
Oh, good. Not like last time. So, Representative Barry and Senator Lawrence and members of the committee, thank you for giving me a chance to testify today. My name is Fletcher Kittredge. I'm a citizen of Biddeford, the CEO of GWI, which is a Maine-based fiber provider and a founding member of the Maine Broadband Coalition. Years ago, I was heavily involved in passing the original Connect Me bill and writing the original rules. I served as the first co-chairman of the Connect Me Advisory Board. And I thank you for the opportunity to testify in favor of this important bill. I hope you read my testimony. I'm going to try to just hit some high points, but it's all in there. The first thing is, as you may already be aware, there's strong bipartisan support at the federal level to have the federal broadband investment flow through the states. And so the state is going to have a lot of money to administer, not just the CARES Act, but the infrastructure bill. You've got at the federal level, you've got the Democratic version, which is $100 billion for broadband, the Republican version, which is $65 billion for broadband, and you could end up with a compromise between the two. But even $65 billion, there's going to be an enormous amount of money flowing to the state of Maine. The Connect Me Authority traditionally has had about 1 to 1.5 million a year to administer, and so you're talking about 100-fold or 200 or 300-fold increase. There's going to be a necessity for doing that. You have to act this session. The CARES Act funding that's going to hit the streets in the next few months. And you've already got the 15 million from the broadband bond, which alone would be a 10-fold increase. So you're talking 100-fold right with the money already in front of you. And you can't wait around to next year. If an infrastructure bill passes before the summer, there's going to be a need to act on a far larger amount before the end of next session of the Maine legislature. The Connect Me needs to build capacity in things it does not have now. It needs dedicated financial analysis, the ability to analyze different projects and business models. It needs technical analysis to determine what the current and future technical requirements are, and evaluate different solutions to see if they meet those technical requirements that Maine needs. And there needs to be auditing, the ongoing and long-term ability to audit projects and systems to ensure they meet the technical, financial, and service goals. I feel this very strongly. You know, I'm hoping that companies like GWI will be partners, and it's a real mistake to dump money to private entities in a public-private partnership and not audit and for the lifetime of the asset. There were some really good questions about the what is the end game and long-term trajectory of these things, and those are absolutely vital. But there's not just a need to, if there are assets, technically administer them, but if it's done through public-private partnerships, or if it's even public money, somebody needs to keep a close eye on things for a long time to come. I was involved in an example of this. There's something called the three-ring binder, which was about during the last Great Recession, when they dumped a bunch of money out the door, and it was just a slug of money that came through the NTIA, and there's really been no ongoing oversight. So the three-ring binder was a $35 million project that built middle mile fiber throughout the state of Maine, and I believe strongly that it's not met its promise. It's done a lot, but it could have done a lot more. And I think a lot of that is that there just hasn't been ongoing governmental oversight of an investment the government made. It was a huge grant.
Just to give you a warning, Fletcher, we're at the 3-minute time limit.
All right. So my final point is this does need to be long-term, and it's not just you're going to be able to do it and get it done for all the reasons so thank you, and I hope you include me in the work session.
Thank you. Are there questions from the committee for Mr. Kittredge? Seeing none, thank you. We'll now go on to our next proponent, who is Nick Batista from the Island Institute. Nick.
Good morning again, Senator Lawrence, Representative Berry, members of the Energy, Utilities, and Technology Committee. Nick Batista, I'm offering this testimony on behalf of the Island Institute in support of LD 1484. The Island Institute's a member of the Maine Broadband Coalition, and I also serve as the chair of the Connect Maine Authority. It's important to note this is the Island Institute's testimony. The Island Institute is a 38-year-old nonprofit organization in Rockland, do community development work that's focused on the marine economy, climate and energy work, small businesses, education, and leadership. As you well know, broadband is foundational to all of this work, and all Mainers need to have the ability to use high-speed, reliable internet. The Island Institute fully supports a strong, robust, and active statewide broadband authority. Both a strong authority and robust funding for broadband infrastructure have been organizational priorities for a number of years. These two priorities are closely linked. The right combination of institutional structures, capacity, and political support will help enable us to solve our state's broadband challenges. Significant funding is needed as well. Robust, dedicated, consistent revenue streams can help the state develop a more sophisticated partnerships with the private sector and expand the availability of publicly owned infrastructure. Written testimony includes some suggestions and considerations to strengthen this bill and amendment as it moves forward. Most important, given the sums involved, a confirmable board and clarity on the relationship between the board and the president would be important to work out. MTI is a good model for the important board-president relationship, with the governor appointing the president and the MTI board confirming it rather than the legislature. Senator Bennett has some good transition language in the original bill, and it may be helpful to keep an eye on this language to ensure continuity of functions at this critical juncture. One important point not made in our testimony is that this is an opportunity to rethink what and how the state values in measuring its return on investment for public funds. And so there's a lot of opportunity to think about how the state could do things a little bit differently and a little bit more robustly. It's worth noting broadband is fundamentally place-based infrastructure, and as such, flexibility and nimbleness in structures help the authority achieve its goals. The greater the restrictions and limitations on the authority, the less likely it is to be successful. LD 1484 has significant potential for the state, and look forward to continuing in the process of moving this forward.
Great, thank you very much. Are there questions from the committee for Nick? Seeing none, thank you very much. We'll now go on to individuals testifying neither for nor against this legislation, and I'll recognize Neil Goldberg from the Maine Municipal Association. Neil?
Hello and good morning again. Senator Lawrence, Representative Berry, and members of the Energy, Utilities, and Technology Committee. My name is Neil Goldberg, and I am providing testimony neither for nor against LD 1484 on behalf of MMA's Legislative Policy Committee. I'm going to abbreviate testimony just a bit in light of what we've heard from the support testimony, but the association, again, is always supportive of new ideas that are going to advance broadband. As we heard from Heather Johnson, there's an economic development opportunity here for all communities if this legislation goes forward. But members are slightly concerned of what type of expansion of autonomy this is going to create for this new entity, and how much of the responsibility is going to fall on municipalities to kind of steer the direction of broadband development. So if more is going to be falling on their plate for local governments, they'd like more voice at the table. Currently, municipal officials are pretty satisfied with the direction of the Connect Maine Authority and its 7-member board. But under this new legislation, it does seem like the municipal voice is going to diminish. And so if there's a way to give them more of a seat at the table, they would love for that to happen. Of course, there are concerns about funding, but it sounds like the sponsor might have identified a source for it. And so if that goes forward, municipalities would be satisfied if it comes from federal funds. Those are our remarks for today. I'd be happy to answer any questions. Thank you for your time.
Great. Are there questions from the committee for Neil? Seeing none, thank you. We'll continue with people testifying neither for nor against. And we'll go on to Melinda Kinney from Charter Communications. Melinda?
I believe Barry Hobbs is next on the list.
Oops, I apologize. Did I not have Barry testifying for? Is he on here twice?
I might have, that's my mistake. I think there was a clarification on the end of who was supposed to be testifying, and I just put him down twice.
Not that I wouldn't like to hear from Barry twice, but I think that would be a bad precedent to set.
I'm bringing Melinda over now.
Okay, thank you. And next after that, I have Sarah Davis from Consolidated. So Melinda, you have the floor.
Great. Thank you. Good morning again, Chairman Lawrence, Chairman Barry, members of the Energy, Utilities, Technology Committee. My name is Melinda Kinney, representing Charter Communications here today, neither for nor against LD 1484 as amended. Due to the timing of the amendment that came out yesterday, I apologize that I didn't have time to pull testimony together, but I will absolutely make sure to do that and submit it. The Maine Connectivity Authority is a creative concept, and we support the goals outlined in the amendment. In particular, we believe that leveraging existing providers and their resources will help meet these goals in a cost-efficient and effective way. In addition, having a diverse board with members who have expertise with communications infrastructure will be very beneficial to helping the authority really achieve the goals that are intended. We look forward to working with the administration and the committee on this important piece of legislation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there questions from the committee for Melinda? Seeing none, thank you. We'll now go on to Sarah Davis. Do we have her, Jordan? Oh, there we go.
Yeah, there she is.
Good morning, Chairman Lawrence, Chairman Barry. Like Melinda, due to the late hour that we received the amendment yesterday, I have not been able to prepare full testimony. And it is the reason I am testifying neither for nor against at this point, because I haven't had a chance to fully digest the bill and put that all together. But with that, I would just echo a number of things that both Melinda have said, Fletcher have said. You know, it's important to have an authority with a more diverse board, with more expertise, with more resources. Those will all benefit the state of Maine, particularly with large sums of federal money coming to the state. Consolidated Communications is currently in a program where it's investing $224 million in the state of Maine to upgrade fiber to the prem service to 450,000 locations, over 4,000 miles of fiber. Consolidated is all in on the effort to improve broadband in Maine. And as outlined by others, the challenge has been one of extremely rural areas where unfortunately there just isn't a business case to continue to expand. So an authority that has the ability to do this and do it well is really important. Consolidated looks forward to working with committee, the administration, and everyone on fleshing out this authority, making sure the board is diverse, making sure it has the expertise necessary to do all the functions that people envision, and we'll continue to present at work session if anyone has any questions then or now.
Great. Thank you very much, Sarah. Are there questions for the committee for Sarah? Seeing none, and Sarah, we look forward to getting your written comments. That will be helpful for the work session.
Absolutely. Thank you.
So I believe that completes the list of neither for nor against. I think, Jordan, you had Neil Goldberg signed up twice, but I believe that completes all people we had signed up in advance, and we did have one late admission that we want to hear from. I believe he's going to be testifying in favor of the bill, and it's Bill Findison, and I believe I'm pronouncing your name correctly, I hope, Bill. If you could unmute yourself.
Thank you. It's pronounced Findison, but that's pretty good. Thank you. So good morning, Senator Lawrence and Representative Berry and the esteemed members of the committee. My name is Bill Findison. I live in Denmark, Maine. I'm here today as a member of the Denmark Broadband Committee. The committee's mission is to find a way to provide all of Denmark's residents and homeowners with true broadband service. It's affordable and future-proof. The committee was formed last August, comprised of several citizens and town officials. We've worked hard to understand the landscape of what service that we have that's being offered by the commercial providers and what the gap is to accomplish universal service to all of our households. I know it sounds like an easy job, but it isn't. None of the maps and information at the federal or state level are accurate. We've been able to piece together our own map with the help from Vitro maps, information from the providers, and our own road surveys. This has taken about 6 months. About half the road miles are served with hybrid fiber coax, and most of the rest are served with DSL. None of it is true broadband service with symmetrical up and down. The research that we've done into strategies to reach our goal reveals the following. The hybrid coax provider has no plans to upgrade to fiber to premise, nor to complete the build out of the town unless there's some investment by the taxpayers. The DSL provider has no plans to upgrade service in Denmark, and it's not a technology for the future. So the funding for the upgrades will have to come from the town, grants, and user fees. The grant situation is not good because of the structure of the grants where no overbuilding is allowed. And if a census block is partially served, it's considered served. So the bulk of the town, even though it doesn't have service, is considered served as far as grants go. So that's the background, and I think it's common to many towns in Maine. Like to thank Senator Bennett and the committee for bringing this bill forward. Connect Maine has been great. They've been very helpful with our efforts to date in trying to solve our problem. We have great appreciation for their staff and their board leadership. I think they are doing and have done everything they can, given the limited staff and funding, to help solve the problem that's a statewide problem. But the current system of every little town trying to figure this out on its own, there needs to be a statewide plan. Commercial entities won't do it on their own because the business case isn't there in the rural areas. So, I mean, to be fair to them, that's, you know, they're not charities. But the way that it's been working is that people in Maine paying retail prices a mile at a time to install infrastructure with no grand plan. And in the end, after this is in, each town still has essentially a monopoly of one provider with no competition.
Thank you, Bill.
So-
We do have a 3-minute rule on testimony. So if you have written comments, I'd encourage you to submit them because we do go back and review them. So if you have additional things you want to add, please submit it in writing to the committee. And I just ask you to wrap up your testimony.
I'll wrap it up. Thank you.
Okay, great.
Are there questions?
Oh, sorry.
The plan must support municipal and regionally organized nonprofit networks, take advantages of economies of scale in building out infrastructure. And I believe that these things are elements of this bill, and therefore I support the bill and encourage the committee to vote ought to pass. Thank you all very much for your time.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Findyson. Are there questions from the committee for Mr. Findyson? Seeing none, thank you very much. And I apologize. It's a sign of how overworked Jordan is in the morning that we had somebody listed twice and we missed Benjamin Sanborn entirely. So I'll now recognize Ben Sanborn to testify.
Thank you, Senator Lawrence, Representative Berry, members of the committee. And it was not the fault of the clerk by any means. I admit that I put this in late because of how late we had gotten the information and when I could actually get my board together to talk about this. So as has been noted by a couple of earlier folks.
Just identify yourself and who
I'm
you're
sorry,
from.
I apologize. My name is Ben Sanborn. I'm the Executive Director and Counsel for Telecommunications Association of Maine. We do not have written testimony at the moment. However, we will be supplying written testimony after the public hearing. We simply didn't have time to pull it together based on when we got the language. I just want to touch on a couple of things really quickly that have been discussed a little bit. The first is it was noted that this was modeled after MTI. And I think that that's actually a really important starting point because the board for MTI is comprised of 13 members, 8 of whom are the private industry representatives for the affected industries, 2 are either bankers or venture capitalists, and 3 are public entities. And this is important because that's what's made that work. The fact that the majority of the board are the folks who actually do this for a living, plus you have banking members who are able to take a look at what's being proposed and saying, that's something that would be something we would support and give money to, or it's not. I think you have to have this up front if you're going to have a meaningful board, and that's why MTI works. And if this is being modeled after MTI, I think there's a need to be a little more specific with regard to the makeup of the board to clarify the exact skill sets that you want to have on the board in order to make this an effective and nimble and active entity. You should absolutely have the goals set by the legislature, but the way in which those goals get implemented needs to be a robust blend of the private companies who are actually going to be doing the work and the banking industry who is going to be able to really review these as to whether they make sense or not, and members of, for example, DECD and other public entities who are going to be able to make sure that it's staying in line. But I think it's critical that you keep the balance established by MTI if you want it to work the way MTI works. And in addition, I think it's important that the governor recognize that one of the key components here is affordability, and that one of the key drivers for why we're moving to something new away from the Connect Main structure, at least for the federal dollars, is that the Connect Main structure is not really equipped right now to deal with how do you improve affordability. And I think that having an entity with a broader mandate and a broader ability to really take a step back and look at what are the components that feed into affordability and how do we make that work is a critical piece here for really making sure that you can get the most expansion in the shortest amount of time possible with the most private dollars as opposed to tax dollars. Because ultimately, the goal is to use a little bit of public dollars to stimulate a whole lot of private dollars. Because even if we're getting 129 million, it's 600 million to roll out fiber to the state that doesn't have it. So you still need that investment. And so we think that this can be something that would work towards that. We look forward to working with groups between now and the work session to see if we can come up with some specific language that will make this as robust and effective as possible. With that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Are there questions from the committee for Mr. Sanborn? Representative Foster.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Sanborn, for your testimony. I have questions that possibly you and some of those who have spoken before you on neither for nor against from the industry might bring answers to the work session for. This bill has language that states that this authority would actually have the ability to own poles, wires, other facilities, and maintain them. And I'm wondering how you see that working in conjunction with those that you represent, along with the other major industry participants that have spoken to us today. That would seem like a bit of a conflict for you folks. So I'm wondering if you could either address that now or bring more information on how you would see that working to the work session. Thank you.
Sure. Thank you, Representative. We do have concerns with the state becoming a competitor in the market. However, the way in which that happens is important. And we've had conversations with Commissioner Johnson. My understanding is that that's not the goal, and that there are some circumstances in which it may be necessary for the state. For example, with the New England Clean Energy Corridor, it may be appropriate for a state body such as this new authority to actually have the obligation of maintaining and potentially owning or operating that middle mile that's going to be running on the CMP lines in the Clean Energy Corridor. And in that case, it might be appropriate, or as Senator Bennett mentioned during his initial introduction of the bill, there may be stopgap provisions where the end goal is to have this something that the private industry is going to be able to work forward on backhaul and on middle mile. But in the interim, in order to make this work in the short term, you may need to have some dark fiber owned by the state to just bridge that gap for a short period of time. Those sort of things I think are potentially appropriate, but again, we would strongly oppose the state becoming a competitor in the market. And again, between now and the work session, we hope to work with other parties to get some guardrails that will clarify the role of this body.
Other questions, Representative Foster?
Thank you. And just as a follow-up, Mr. Sanborn, I know that some of these entities that have already testified have union employees. I'm not sure about all of those that you represent. I assume some do not. And I would wonder how, if in fact this authority is going to have the requirement to maintain their authority-owned facilities, what that might look like from your point of view. I do not yet know how the authority would manage their employees, but certainly that might be a concern for some out there, that especially possibly the union employees of other companies. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. I agree. I think that that's something that would have to be thought about in terms of, again, when you're talking state ownership, what's the term along which they're going to own it? Is it a stopgap? And so would they be able to just contract out with somebody else for maintenance during that time period? Or are they envisioning creating essentially a statewide public works, turn it over to DOT or something, who would be the ones who would be engaging in the upkeep of these facilities? And what would that look like? And how would that work going forward? I don't know. There are a lot of questions about how this would work. And again, that's where we understand not wanting to lock things in too tightly right now, because you need flexibility, but we do strongly believe you need to have some guardrails to say, it's okay if you're within here, but once you go past these points, we think you're moving into being an active competitor in the market. And that's where I think it becomes problematic. So that's what we're hoping to hammer out. What are those guardrails to give them the flexibility to do what they need to do without encroaching on the private industry?
Are there other questions from the committee for Mr. Sanborn? Seeing none, thank you. I believe, Jordan, that's the extent of people we had interested in testifying on this bill. Is that correct?
That is correct. As far as I can tell, we are finished.
Okay, I'll declare this hearing closed. We're a little bit late for our break, so I'll give you an extra 5 minutes. So we'll be back at 11:15, and I encourage you all to turn off your computers, take some time away from Zoom. Don't get on your phone and just look at something else for a while. So if you could mute yourself and stop your video, that would be great. Okay. I'd ask members to put their video back on so I can just see how many people we have back at the committee. So we have 3 right now, 4. We'll wait a couple of minutes. We don't actually need to reconfirm a quorum, but I do like to see we get as many back on as possible before beginning again. Jordan and Dan, are you both there?
I am.
Yes.
Okay, good. And I see we have 5 back. I see that Representative Cuddy and Senator Vitelli's images are still up, but I'm not sure if they're back. But I'm comfortable going back and starting up with the hearing. I hope committee members did seriously take some time off away from your phones and away from your computers. It gets very exhausting, as you all know, from being on Zoom all day long. And for some of us, it's 4 or 5 days a week. So our committee takes frequent breaks, 1 in the morning, a good sized lunch break, and 1 in the afternoon, to give committee members a chance to get off their technology, to do something else, to look at something else, just to preserve their mental health and their ability to function in this new environment. We are behind, as you can tell from the schedule. We had 4 bills to hear early on, and we've gotten through only 2 of them at this point. So we will be going on to the 2 others.
And Senator Lawrence, if I
And
may.
I believe, other than if you've promised anyone differently, other than Representative Berry, if you promised someone differently, we'd go with 1432 and 1555. Did you promise anybody differently?
Senator Lawrence, I did just receive an update from Representative Talbot Ross. Assistant Leader Talbot Ross has she has had a power outage already today, and is at this time needs to be in at least 2 different places at once with another bill in another committee. So I think if we could put her ahead of me and put LD 1555 first, we can come back to 1432. I'll be here anyway.
So we will do that. I just have to, I apologize, bring up the testimony for that bill. It'll just take me a minute. I had the other bill up, so I just have to switch over to bring this bill up. But I can go ahead and introduce the bill. It's LD 1555, an active fund of broadband internet infrastructure for marginalized groups in the state. And presenting the bill is Representative Rachel Talbot Ross. Representative Ross.
So thank you very, very much. I appreciate you moving the order around, Representative Berry and Mr. Chair. So I thank you for that indulgence. So Senator Lawrence, Representative Berry, and distinguished members of the Joint Standing Committee on Energy, Utilities, and Technology. My name is Rachel Talbot Ross, and I represent House District 40, which is part of Portland. I want to thank you for the opportunity to come before you this morning to present LD 1555, an act to fund broadband internet infrastructure for marginalized groups in the state. The COVID-19 pandemic has underscored and exacerbated so many of our society's structural inequities, including the so-called digital divide. As work and school have moved online, the already alarming gap between those who have adequate access to broadband technology, and those who do not has widened. LD 1555 seeks to close that gap. It would appropriate $15 million in funds to the Connect Me Authority to be used specifically for the benefit of marginalized groups who are disproportionately impacted by the lack of access to broadband and necessary devices. It also directs Connect Me to consult with representatives of those communities in order to best determine how these funds should be used. We often think of broadband access as an issue that only impacts rural working class Mainers, and it is absolutely a pressing need in many, many rural areas of our state. But too often we fail to recognize that a person's access to broadband, as well as the technology and the digital literacy needed to fully benefit from it, can be an issue no matter where you live in our beautiful state. Whether that's due to your street address, your background, or your income, it is just as detrimental to your ability to access education and training, job opportunities, healthcare, and more. We are in a unique position, as you've heard all morning long, and I've enjoyed listening to many of the testimonies that have come on other bills. We are in a unique position of having the resources to truly address the digital divide. And I know that broadband access is a top priority for many of you on this committee. I ask that you support LD 1555, but also that you consider the digital divide and its impact on marginalized groups as you examine all broadband and access to technology proposals this session and in the future. I appreciate your time and attention, and I look forward to working with the committee to address this important issue of equity in our state. I also want to note that I recognize we may need to provide more specifics around how these funds will be used and what partners should be at the table. And I'm currently working with stakeholders to identify a solid path forward. I thank you for your time once again.
Thank you very much. Are there questions for the committee for Representative Talbot Ross? Representative Berry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Assistant Leader Talbot Ross, for your testimony for presenting this bill. I look forward to working with you to address the needs that you're highlighting today. Just to be really clear in my own mind, there are many communities in urban areas of the state in particular, which have access to cable, at least theoretically, they have access to cable, but it can sometimes be cost prohibitive to pay the ongoing cost of having high-speed cable internet. So is that part of the problem that you're hoping to address with this bill?
Absolutely. You've named it quite clearly. I know that in my district, House District 40, which is the peninsula neighborhoods of Portland, it's not just that, but we've got some families who only have one device. And so, the children are trying to do their homework on that device while their parents are trying to do some other kinds of things on the device. And the device itself is limited in its capacity and capabilities. And so you have whole families that are really not connected in any real sense. That's one piece of it. Another piece, that I'm hoping that we can get to at some point, I'd love to work with you and the committee members on, is just the fact that, this digital workforce needs to be more diverse. We've got to do more than just, connect people. We've got to really think about this entire industry in terms of diversifying it. So I'm hoping that we can look at the hard and soft devices, the issues of technology and connectivity, but also, who's sitting on our boards, determining this money, the partners that come to the table, and the workforce issues as well. So.
Great, thank you.
Other questions for Representative Talbot Ross? Rachel, in looking at this bill, obviously, the difficulty in getting general funds appropriations. So I just ask you a couple of questions. First of all, have you or are you exploring the possibility of federal funds that may be available for this? And the other thing I would ask if you are considering is how we can better develop the definition of what is marginalized. And I think particularly of immigrant communities and recent immigrant communities to Maine, and their ability to access the internet and to join our technological economy. So I'd just be interested in your thoughts on those two things.
Oh, I appreciate the questions, Senator. Absolutely exploring some federal funds. As you all know much better than I, the amount of funds that potentially will be coming into our state are enormous. And I'm hoping that, you know, we can have a good conversation about how we get some of those funds through public-private partnerships to some of the communities who are desperately trying to build the social infrastructure so that they can be connected. I have been in touch with off and on Susan Corbett, who submitted testimony in favor of this bill from the National Digital Equity Center, which is located here in the state of Maine. Susan sits on the board of Connect Me and is doing incredible work in trying to reach quote unquote marginalized communities, receiving a $200,000 grant from DECD recently to expand the reach to the Passamaquoddy tribe in this state, other tribal communities. And she and I have been talking about how to work with the formerly incarcerated population, as well as people who are experiencing chronic homelessness, and just really trying to build up the capacity for digital literacy and really hone in on the communities that we would consider marginalized. That definition needs to be explored. I'd love to do that with this committee because we're talking about, again, generational poverty in the state, families with generational poverty. We're talking about communities who have been shut out of STEM economy and industries of communities of color. And then of course our tribal nations as well. So look forward to working with you all on that. And again, the National Digital Equity Center, I'm sure you know Susan really well, is a wonderful resource here in this state. And hoping to work with them a little bit more on identifying federal funds and also expanding the base of folks who we work with.
Great, thank you very much. Senator Vitelli.
Thank you, Senator Lawrence, and thank you, Representative Ross, for being here today and presenting us with this bill. I just have a couple sort of questions, and one of them you pretty much answered just with your response just now and reminding us about the National Digital Equity Center. My question to you was, are there models nationally elsewhere that we can look at for how best to reach these populations, whether rural or urban? And you've described a situation that goes far beyond just connecting people to broadband, but making sure that they have the knowledge, the skills, the social connections to make effective use of these technologies. So really looking for examples of all of that, some of which goes beyond this committee's purview, just so that we can see what the path forward is going to be. That's maybe something that you've already indicated you want to work with us and others on. So I think that part I'll look forward to hearing more about. But my other question to pose to you is based on what we heard this morning about LD 1484, the new proposal for a Connect Maine authority, whether you see some recommendations or thoughts about how that entity, should it come into being, could best or better serve the populations and the goals that you've laid out in LD 1555. So that's perhaps something, again, you might address at a work session, but those are my two thoughts.
Yeah, absolutely. I appreciate, Senator, you putting that in highlighting that in this discussion. And I do think that we can get into more specificity during the work session, but I have been able to sit into one or two of the broadband, caucus meetings and hope really to use that coalition, where to further some of this discussion about workforce and literacy and some of the other kinds of components that we have to think about in addition to just connecting and devices. So I'm hoping that there is plenty of opportunity for us to expand this conversation to go into those areas as we move forward. I would be amiss if I didn't say I heard a little bit of testimony in the other bills, and I would like to see, the board for Connect Me to have a greater representation of a voice. I know that this is also an issue for our tribal nations, and so while I won't speak for them at all, can't and won't, I do think that there's a number of conversations that should be moving forward as we think about this for Maine, the best position for Maine. So I look forward to talking to y'all about it more at the work session.
Thank you. Other questions for Representative Talbot Ross? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you kindly. Thank you all.
Welcome. We'll go on to our public advocate, Barry Hobbins.
Thank you very much, Senator Lawrence, Representative Barry, and members of the Energy, Utilities, and Technology Committee. My name is Barry Hobbins, and I'm a public advocate with the Office of the Public Advocate. And I'm here today to testify in support of LD 1555. The Office of the Public Advocate would like to thank Representative Talbot Ross for the submission of this bill. The OPA is in strong support of the expansion of broadband, and we are especially thankful for the bill's mission of focusing on increased internet access for marginalized groups, especially low-income individuals. And the OPA also has the utmost confidence in the Connect Maine Authority administering such a program. On a personal note, it gives me real pride in testifying on this bill. Representative Talbot Ross's father and I arrived to the legislature together in 1972. And I reminisce and think about that. There was no such thing as broadband. In fact, there was no such thing as fax machines back in 1972. But I know deep down that the sponsor of this bill, given the circumstances of 1972, would have been your father. And so I really, I'm saying that with utmost respect to you for your father. Please wish him my best. Now, obviously this bill in my testimony, except for my last part, which was ad-libbed, called for a $15 million allocation from the general fund. And essentially, as you know, through the process, the Joint Standing Committee on Appropriations and Financial Affairs would have the final say in such a bill and the outcome of such a bill. Our office understands the importance of the general fund and how many programs and initiatives will receive such critical funds in the coming months. Therefore, the OPA would be very interested, especially after submission of an amendment by the governor and Senator Bennett's bill, would be interested in discussing potential funding resources from that pool of money through the proposed legislation of LD 1484. But this is a very important, the idea of marginalized groups meant a lot in 1972. It means even more today. So thank you very much for allowing me to testify. And if you have any questions or comments, I'd be more than happy to answer them.
Thank you very much. Are there questions for the public advocate from the committee? Seeing none, thank you. I'll go on to Nancy Smith, testifying in favor of this bill.
Good morning, Senator Lawrence, Representative Barry, and members of the Committee on Energy, Utilities, and Technology. I am Nancy Smith. I live in Monmouth, and I'm the Executive Director for Grow Smart Maine. I also serve on the Advisory Committee for the Maine Broadband Coalition and lead its policy work. Grow Smart Maine is a statewide organization devoted to lasting prosperity without sacrificing the quality of life that defines Maine. We support policies, programs, and projects that value unique built and natural places while supporting long-term economic opportunity. Our support for LD 1555 comes from that perspective. As I noted in an op-ed in last week's Press Herald and Kennebec Journal, affordable internet access does not guarantee a sustainable future, but the lack of it will stymie any other efforts to advance economic opportunity at all. This bill squarely addresses that key component of sound broadband policy, economic opportunity for all. LD 1555 highlights the point that fully engaging historically underrepresented populations requires additional effort, starting by building trusted relationships. It should be clear that we all benefit when this effort is successful. Prosperity is not a finite resource. It can and should be cultivated to include all of us. How to achieve this goal, I hope, will be a topic of thoughtful committee discussion that includes the representative organizations mentioned in the bill, and of course, we'd be happy to be a part of that. I can offer from Grow Smart Maine and the Maine Broadband Coalition's perspective that incorporating underrepresented populations into municipal and regional efforts will be far more effective than creating a separate silo for such work. But deliberate processes must be in place to ensure that every proposal received by Connect Maine includes solutions for providing affordable internet access to these populations. I loved the earlier conversation because I incorporate in my testimony here that having just read the new language for LD 1848, or is that 1484? I did not see language specific to equity. And my suggestion is that the annual report for the legislature noted in that bill includes such language. I would also encourage the organizations noted in the bill and the people they represent to join the Maine Broadband Coalition. We are all learning together, and the coalition is stronger when it is as broad as possible. Also, I'll note that Susan Corbett with the Digital Equity Center, which the sponsor mentioned, submitted written testimony overnight. I appreciate the chance to offer our perspective on this bill, and happy to work with the committee in any way that's helpful moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there questions from the committee for Ms. Smith? Seeing none, thank you very much. Jordan, do we have anybody else testifying on this bill?
That is it.
Okay, thank you. I'll declare the hearing on this bill to be closed, and we'll now go on to our final bill to be heard before 11 o'clock this morning, which was LD 1432, an act to update the municipal Gigabit Broadband Network Access Fund, sponsored by our very own Representative Seth Berry, and we'll recognize him to present that bill.
Great. Thank you very much, Senator Lawrence, fellow members of the committee. Still Seth Berry, still representing House District 55, and this is LD 1432, an act to update the Municipal Gigabit Broadband Network Access Fund, which is one of my favorite tongue twisters now that this committee has created. This fund, in fact, was created by this committee in 2015. I was not in the legislature then, but it is a fund administered by the Connect Maine Authority to address the need in Maine to access ultra high speed, that's ultra high speed broadband infrastructure through the provision of grants to communities, regional partnerships, and municipalities to support a municipal gigabit fiber optic broadband network. When it was created by this committee, the fund was envisioned really as a means to create magnet communities, as I see it. Magnet communities, meaning that truly ultra high speed internet was available and could help those communities to attract the best, most talented digital entrepreneurs and innovators to our state, or to keep them here if perhaps they were already here to begin with. But unfortunately, lack of flexibility in how this fund was written, and also lack of capitalization, has really prevented the fund from realizing its potential. So this bill would not add money to it, but it would make some changes to allow flexibility. And if we were ever to add some money to this fund, it could actually then accomplish some things. The purpose being really to help communities that are wishing to invest significant resources of their own, primarily in their future. I would also note, just as an aside, that this might be a really great way to address the problem that we just heard about in LD 1555 from Representative Talbot Ross. There are communities that are currently served technically according to our definitions, but that really are not served in a more fundamental way. Broadband is not affordable. It is not truly high speed. And whether it's the affordability or the speed, this bill and this fund has a potential to create competition, to create opportunity, to create innovation, local effort, and help get the job done in those communities. So the bill would do a few things. It would, in terms of changing the fund, it would limit the grants to a municipality or a group of municipalities. It would provide definitions of gigabit fiber optic network, symmetrical high-speed internet, open access network, and require the authority beginning in 2025 to establish minimum upload and download speeds for a symmetrical high-speed internet, at least equal to the minimum upload and download speeds available to a majority of urban census blocks in the United States. Third, it would remove the cap on the amount of the grant, but limit the amount of ConnectMain funds that may be used to 50%, no more than 50, of the total cost of a project. Fourth, it would maintain the requirement that a municipality provide at least a 25% cash match, but provides that the cash match may not consist of funds from a source other than the municipality. It really needs to come from a local effort. And fifth, it would remove specific reporting requirements for applicants and instead require them to meet application requirements established by the authority. So a little more flexibility there as well. Again, please note that the bill would not cost anything. It would not capitalize the fund. And therefore there would be no immediate fiscal impact. It is only a bill to make the fund more flexible, more nimble, and more capable of helping us to skate where the high-speed internet puck is going. Thanks for listening. Happy to try to answer any questions.
Great. Are there questions from the committee for Representative Berry? Seeing none, Representative Wadsworth.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I was on the committee in 2015 when Representative Higgins actually created this bill, and in the end, we just couldn't find any general fund dollars to get it funded. So that was what happened. So if it's going to be in the form of the question, isn't that so, Representative Berry?
It does appear to be so. I again wasn't there. That was my 2 years off for good behavior, Representative Wadsworth. But that does appear to be what happened. Thanks for pointing that out.
Great. Are there any other questions for Representative Berry? Seeing none, thank you very much. We'll go on to people speaking in favor of this legislation, and we'll recognize Josh Gerritsen of the Mid-Coast Internet Coalition. Josh?
Senator Lawrence, Representative Berry, and members of the Committee on Energy, Utilities, and Technology. Thank you for allowing me to testify today. My name is Josh Gerritsen, and I'm a Lincolnville selectman, as well as a representative on the Mid-Coast Internet Coalition. I'm speaking in favor of LD 1432, and I'm delivering remarks by Deborah Hall, the chair of the Rockport Select Board, as well as the chair of the Mid-Coast Internet Coalition. These remarks are on behalf of the Mid-Coast Internet Coalition, the Peninsula Broadband Coalition, the town of Lincolnville, the town of Brooklyn, and the town of Sedgwick. The Mid-Coast Internet Coalition is a group of 9 Mid-Coast municipalities working to bring broadband to the Mid-Coast region through the creation of a regional utility, providing an open access network with universal coverage, requiring a minimum 100 up, 100 down symmetrical speed with all ISPs on the network required to provide 1 gigabit symmetrical service to any resident or business who requests it. Our comments today do not necessarily represent the views of any individual town other than the ones I've listed previously. We believe that public taxpayer funding should be used to design, construct, and operate municipal or regionally owned open access broadband infrastructure. In the past and under current ConnectMain rules and current law, for-profit ISPs are permitted to apply for ConnectMain grants to construct and operate broadband infrastructure, typically resulting in those for-profit entities owning the infrastructure and precluding any competing ISPs from delivering services on the network. We believe that when public taxpayer funding is used to build broadband infrastructure, these networks should be owned by the municipalities who can control access to the network. That access should be open to competing ISPs, resulting in the best price and service for our residents and businesses. That's what open access is all about. We often hear open access, dark fiber networks analogized to roads. The government builds roads that businesses can use to deliver services, but we don't own the trucks that deliver those services. So let's take that same analogy and apply it to the current situation. Governments hire contractors to build roads, but they don't let those contractors own the roads or prohibit competitors from using the roads. Why don't we don't do it for roads, so why do we allow it and enable it for broadband? I'd like to use the illustration of what we have seen in several of our towns in the Mid-Coast. For-profit ISPs received funding from the CARES Act to build fiber networks for students and teachers during the pandemic. And this was an important and necessary goal. The ISPs have publicly acknowledged that this funding paid 100% of their expenses, the fiber on the poles, the drops to the homes, the electronics at their central office, as well as the electronics in the individual homes. And most importantly, the government paid the ISPs labor to build or expand those networks. The ISPs in this instant received a benefit. They were working during the pandemic and the government was paying them to do it. They built a fiber network that they can use and charge for internet services well into the future. But why did the government let the for-profit ISPs own the networks? They were fully built with our taxpayer funds, public funds, and the ISPs were paid for doing it. They didn't use their own capital, yet we gave them ownership. Not only that, we allowed them then and continue to let them define the rules of engagement. What did they do? They kept the network for themselves, shutting out competitors. They refused to deliver symmetrical service, claiming that residents and businesses don't need high-speed upload. And this is an example of one ISP in one of our towns. They even required that all fiber subscribers also subscribe to a landline. LD 1432 is a strong step in addressing these public policy missteps that we believe need to be addressed immediately and changed. As federal funds are coming our way, we need to ensure that we get it right, that public taxpayer funds are used in the best interest of our municipalities, our residents, and our businesses. That those federal funds should find a home in the Municipal Gigabit Fund. ISPs still benefit by constructing the municipal networks, operating them, and delivering services in return for revenue. But they should not own the networks, be allowed to shut out competition, or define the rules of engagement for our municipalities, our residents, and our businesses. That's what we were elected to do. And I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you. Are there questions from the committee, Representative Ziegler?
Yes, and thank you, Mr. Garrettson, for showing up today. I was wondering if you can get these funds and you start to develop your public utility, would you be expanding into the other towns that are not getting any outreach at all?
Certainly, yeah. Our coalition is open to any and all towns that are interested. The first step right now is for Camden and Rockport to to sign an interlocal agreement that's on the June ballot. That's the first phase, and then they'll be over time phasing in other smaller towns. And I see no reason why the coalition and then the broadband utility can't expand, farther and farther to the towns in Knox County, Waldo County, and perhaps other counties, as long as their cash flow allows it.
Any follow-up, Representative Ziegler?
No, thank you.
Great. Other questions? Representative Berry.
Thank you, Senator Lawrence, and thank you, Mr. Garrettson, for coming and joining us today. So I just want to make sure that I understand how this might impact someone who was in your profession, because I believe, if I'm not mistaken, that you are an award-winning Maine filmmaker in addition to being a select board member in Lincolnville. Is that right?
That's correct.
Wonderful. And I'm curious if you can help give us a little perspective on what a gigabit symmetrical service means to someone in the filmmaking or digital production realm, is it I know it's 10 times, we often think of 100 by 100 as being, really good, amazing, blazing fast, speed, but this is 10 times that. How helpful is that to someone in, digital production?
It's incredibly helpful. I'm lucky, I actually have fiber here in Lincolnville with an incumbent, but I think it's one of the slowest and one of the most expensive in the nation. And with filmmaking, you're collaborating with people all around the country, sometimes around the world. You're sending massive files. And so for me, upload speed is actually in a lot of ways more important than download speed. And if we already have a lot of filmmakers in the state. We've got the Camden International Film Festival, and really, truly to make Maine a leader in the nation for filmmaking, which I think we could be. Fast gigabit symmetrical service is a huge part of that.
Great, thank you.
You're welcome.
Follow-up question? Great. Other questions? Super. Thank you very much for your testimony. We will go on to take out of order and under suspension of the rules, Representative Dudera, who needs to get back to another committee. So I'll recognize Representative Dudera speaking in favor of this bill.
Thank you very much, Senator Lawrence. Good morning, everybody. Senator Lawrence, Representative Berry, and members of the Energy, Utilities, and Technology Committee. I'm Representative Vicky Dudera. I represent House District 94, the towns of Camden, Islesboro, and Rockport, and I'm here today to speak in support of LD 1432, an act to update the Municipal Gigabit Broadband Network Access Fund. Two of the towns that I represent are part of the Midcoast Internet Coalition, which you just heard Josh talk about. It's a group of 9 Midcoast municipalities working to bring broadband to the Midcoast region through the creation of a regional utility. I won't go into it too much because he just talked about that, but as Josh mentioned, in June, the first 2 towns, Camden, where I live, and Rockport, hope to have on their ballots the adoption of the interlocal agreement, which will create the regional utility, and in turn, it'll get this effort off the ground. Midcoast Internet Coalition is modeling the structure on the approach used by Down East Broadband Utility. And the plan is to fund the effort through municipal loans and issuance of revenue bonds, as well as seed money through grants that might be available for our unserved members, as well as private investment. Because the Midcoast Internet Coalition is committed to funding the utility without taxpayer dollars that would raise mill rates, it's extremely important that the organization can seek grant funding from the Connect Maine Authority where it's potentially available. And what they're finding, and you heard about this a little bit already, is that these unserved towns are being approached and heavily lobbied by the local ISPs to provide information sufficient so that the for-profit ISPs can seek and obtain the Connect Maine funds for their own expansion. So last session, I was served on this committee, and I was very proud to participate in the public hearings and work sessions for several bills that encourage the development of broadband in rural and underserved areas, specifically LD 1563 and LD 1742. I was happy to support and vote for these bills, and I was pleased to see them pass and become law. But since then, we've discovered through the experiences of groups like the Midcoast Internet Coalition that there are serious shortcomings in our broadband policy when it comes to the administration of Connect Maine's grants. And these shortcomings are tying the hands of the very communities we are striving to help. So LD 1432 will make some needed changes by amending the Municipal Gigabit Broadband Network Access Fund. And I'm thankful to Representative Berry for bringing it forward, and I urge you to support it so that our municipalities can continue to connect. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you very much. Are there questions for Representative Dudera? Seeing none, thank you. We'll now go on to Neil Goldberg from the Maine Municipal Association. Neil.
Hello again. Senator Lawrence, Representative Berry, and members of the Energy, Utilities, and Technology Committee. My name is Neil Goldberg, and I am providing testimony in full support of LD 1432 on behalf of MMA's Legislative Policy Committee. Of course, everyone here, all of the association's members want faster broadband, and this bill is a vehicle that pushes some very fast speeds that would be of benefit to current customers here in Maine, as well as noted earlier, it's going to probably attract people who rely on ultra high speeds that really aren't commonplace almost anywhere in this country. And so for that reason, these grants are great. The grants provided are also often what tips the scales in favor of municipalities for these infrastructure projects. They are very useful for municipalities, and what we would love to see is them to be applied towards competitive broadband utilities that's going to prevent ISPs or the internet service providers from predatory behaviors that we've seen in the past. This bill is going to put public funds towards municipalities to own their own infrastructure networks and be able to have some authority in the rate setting aspect of ultra high speed broadband. What our members really appreciate about this bill is that it changes the definition of community as originally written. Currently, the bill asks municipalities under 1,200 or communities under 1,200 to receive a waiver in order to be eligible for these grants. And this bill amends that and makes all municipalities immediately eligible, which would just be a more equitable process for all of our members. So we hope the committee strongly supports this legislation. We certainly do. And I'd be happy to answer any questions today. Thank you.
Great. Are there questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much. We will go on to, do we have Representative Geiger here yet?
We do not currently, so Nick Batista will be up next.
Then I will go to Nick Batista from the Island Institute. Nick?
Thank you, Senator Lawrence, Representative Berry, members of the Energy, Utilities, and Technology Committee. My name is Nick Batista, and I'm testifying in support of LD 1432 on behalf of the Island Institute. As I mentioned earlier today, I also serve as the chair of the Connect Maine Authority and want to be really clear that this is the testimony of the Island Institute. The Island Institute fully supports a strong and active statewide broadband authority. A strong authority and robust funding for broadband infrastructure have long been organizational priorities. Would note here that the conversation about the use of public dollars and the long-term value to the state is a different side of the same policy coin, as the idea is partially motivating the conversation we just had around LD 1484. These are challenging policy questions that you're grappling with. The Island Institute's worked with over 80 communities seeking to improve their internet access. We know that different approaches work in different communities, and the state needs a different set of, needs various tools to effectively deploy funding and support different kinds of projects. One approach, one method of funding will not solve all of our problems. Sometimes the communities we work with, there's a great private sector partner who's ready and willing to work with the communities. Other times there's a pretty close match, and that works too. And then other times communities struggle to work with the private sector and to find the right partner. Some communities are spending years in significant volunteer capacity to bring broadband solutions to fruition because they see it as the only pathway forward to meet their needs. These needs are expressed in different ways, and they often represent the product of significant community conversations about balancing capital expenses now with ongoing cost to residents, with the likelihood of needing to revisit substantial funding for this problem in the next decade. As you're all well aware, in Maine's smallest town, seeking funding for a significant project, one on the scale of the municipal budget or greater, is incredibly challenging, yet many small Maine communities are moving forward with financially supporting this project. The Municipal Gigabit Fund already exists in statute and recognizes these efforts, and there's value in having state support for them where appropriate. It's a good policy tool to have, and this would make it more effective. It fits in with Connect Maine's all of the above approach to broadband solutions, and recognizes some of the tensions inherent in the nature of providing broadband service, that there's private companies, there's public dollars, I would note that it's a change from current policy in terms of where some of this funding could go. The current structures, so it's a little bit clearer in the written testimony. There may be places where this funding is appropriate, or there may be conversations where this funding is less helpful. But these are place-based pieces of infrastructure, and they should happen in the context of a specific project in a specific place with a specific set of providers. And so Connect Maine needs the structures and ability to do that. Urge you to give serious consideration to reformatting the Gigabit Fund and recognize that these are pretty weighty, complicated policy matters.
Thank you. Are there questions from the committee? Representative Barry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Batista, putting your other hat back on, if you might, as the chair of the Connect Maine Authority, would these changes potentially help to address the issues that Representative Talbot Ross did surface with her bill to look at marginalized communities, and specifically the areas, for example, urban areas that have trouble affording cable service, for example?
Certainly, I think that's a possibility in thinking about how and where these funds could be rolled out. There's some flexibility in the fund to address those issues. We know from the communities that move forward with municipally owned networks that the cost for those networks to the community is often cheaper than the cost coming back to an ISP. A lot of that goes to the time frame that people are seeking a return on investment. And so if you invest capital as a private company, you're generally seeking a return on that capital in some reasonable or moderate amount of time. If you're a municipality, you invest that capital, you're not seeking any more than to not completely lose your shirt, so to speak. And so you might be looking at a 20-year time horizon, and you might be looking at just recouping a minimum, debt payment.
Great, thank you.
Great. Are there other questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much. And I believe we have now to testify in favor of the bill, Andrew Butcher. Andrew? You need to turn your microphone on. Oh, it's still off. We really do want to hear from you, so it's still not coming across.
I would recommend checking your microphone settings in the bottom left-hand corner to make sure it's selected the proper one.
This is the Committee on Energy, Utilities, and Technology, so you do get points for struggling with technology, as we all do. So Andrew, my suggestion is, why don't you log out and then log back in, see if that works. I'll go on to other people testifying, and then we'll put you back in as soon as we can get you back in. Okay, we'll go on to people testifying against the bill at this point. And I will recognize Melinda Kinney from Charter Communications. Melissa?
Hi, good morning again. Chairman Lawrence, Chairman Barry, members of the Energy, Utilities, Technology Committee. My name is Melinda Kinney, representing Charter Communications. We are here today testifying in opposition to LD 1432. Charter has been working hard to expand broadband with many of our communities and expanding coverage, and we oppose LD 1432 because we feel that it will divert state funds to areas that actually already have broadband speeds well beyond what is needed for consumers for the foreseeable future. The goal of state funding should be to close the digital divide and not to subsidize area where broadband connectivity already exists, and should prioritize those unserved areas. Municipally owned networks can be a risky financial proposition for communities. I provided a chart in my testimony that highlights a few of the communities across the country whose efforts to establish a municipal owned network ended in failure. In summary, there are a significant amount of efforts, as we've heard even today, underway to expand the reach of broadband throughout the state, as well as affordability programs to help those who can't afford these services. 1432 does not achieve those primary objectives and will divert resources that already have to areas that already have services. And for these reasons, we respectfully urge the committee to oppose this bill. Thank you.
Great. Are there questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much. I will go on back to Andrew Butcher and see if we have the technology.
Let's hope so. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Oh boy. Thanks for your patience. Thanks, Melinda, for filling in. Thank you, Senator Lawrence, Representative Berry, and members of the committee. Nice to see you again today. My name is Andrew Butcher, and this testimony is on behalf of the Maine Broadband Coalition, your partner in creating solutions for broadband policy and programming. Testify in support of LD 1432. As you know, the Maine Broadband Coalition is a statewide network of 2,200 stakeholders. We share the belief that the access to affordable high-speed internet for everyone benefits everyone. Due to a lack of funding, the current structure of the Gigabyte Fund is a dormant mechanism intended to incentivize the fastest and highest performing internet service possible, irrespective of current service. The reforms proposed through LD 1432 have the potential to spur an underutilized and potentially catalytic market force, that of public-private partnerships and publicly owned internet infrastructure, serving as one important tool in the toolkit Maine needs to achieve the goal of affordable high-speed internet for all of Maine. Publicly owned internet infrastructure may not be the best fit for all communities, as there are many factors to determine success, starting with the community's goals and capacity. However, in many small, rural, and remote places, it may be the operating model that best ensures the elimination of a digital divide and maximizes local control and self-sustainability. A central tenet to many incumbent internet service provider business models is to own the infrastructure that provides the distribution of internet service. To this extent, many state and federal funding resources subsidize that ownership to allow for operations in non-profitable conditions. LD 1432 structures the Gigabyte Fund to afford the same to publicly owned networks and could direct bonds and other revenue sources accordingly. So today you may hear of a few cherry-picked examples of municipally owned projects that failed, and just like any business model, not all efforts succeed. However, it is widely regarded that publicly owned internet infrastructure, when paired with a sufficient funding mechanism, can affordably and reliably address connectivity goals. The Institute for Local Self-Reliance Community Networks has a map of over 700 locations where there are viable, functional, high-performing publicly owned networks in place now. In fact, as many of you know, there are examples here in Maine, in Sanford, Islesboro, Calais, Baileyville, and Alexander that set the standard for economic and community benefit inherent in publicly owned infrastructure. I'll add a link to the map in the chat here in just a moment. It's included in my written testimony as well. Please also join the Broadband Coalition for a focused dialogue around such models on May 13th as a part of our Digital Frontiers series highlighting innovations, pioneers, and solutions that are forging Maine's digital infrastructure. I'll also add that link in the chat and in my testimony. The Gigabyte Fund represents an important mechanism to enable more diverse, competitive, and locally oriented broadband infrastructure, and the Broadband Coalition urges you to approve LD 1432 towards the reformatting and upgrading of the fund. Thanks so much for your time and patience with my audio this morning.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the committee for Andrew? Representative Berry.
Not a question, but just a reminder, Andrew, we don't use the chat for content, but you can absolutely submit additional information along with your testimony. Sorry, we have different
Great.
processes.
Are there other questions? Seeing none, thank you very much, Andrew. We'll now go on to Ben Sanborn. Ben?
Thank you, Senator Lawrence, Representative Berry, members of the committee. My name is Ben Sanborn. I'm Executive Director and Counsel for Telecommunications Association of Maine. Good afternoon at this point. We are testifying in opposition to LD 1432. A couple of points that we want to raise. We did submit written testimony. I'm not going to go over that. However, the reality of what's being proposed with the municipal networks is that when municipalities are aided by state funds to overbuild existing networks, which this change to the legislation clearly does, in practical terms, this means that investors will consider Maine a more risky investment. And so if it's a more risky investment, then the funding is not going to flow as well. And so companies are going to be looking at doing their investing in the low-cost, high-margin areas of the state, which tends to mean the more urban areas. So the rural areas are going to see less private investment. And as a result, you're going to have to turn to public dollars for 100% of these build-outs. So rather than leveraging private investment, now it's going to be taxpayer dollars, whether it's the local taxpayer or the state taxpayer or the federal taxpayer. And that doesn't take into consideration the ongoing maintenance and upkeep of these networks, which also has to be considered. And this is a point that was raised earlier by the individual from the Mid-Coast group on internet as to what the advantage of giving public dollars to a private company to build out services to students in need during a pandemic would be. And the reality is, once this gets built, it's got to get maintained. It's got to keep working. It has to have ongoing upkeep. All of that is going to be funded privately. It's not ongoing expenses from the federal government. So it's not accurate to say that this is 100% federal dollars made this happen. This is something that it spurs the investment. And the result of this is going to be affluent towns who have the opportunity to raise their own taxes will be able to. Other towns won't. So you will increase the digital divide. The other thing that is problematic here is the open access concept. It doesn't work. And the reason we know this is because it hasn't worked. This is not a new idea. This is an idea that's been around for more than a decade. And the reality is, as a business model, it's great on paper. It doesn't work in the real world. Because once you have the first person come in, you're going to have an entity who is taking the primary customers on that line in an already hard to serve area. So now the customer base is going to be much smaller for any competing entity coming in. So the take rates, even if you have a highly subsidized network, are going to be too low to make a business case. In addition, when you have a shared infrastructure, you no longer have control over the quality of service that you're offering to the end user, because you don't know when somebody else on that infrastructure is going to be switching out electronics at the central office that may disrupt your customers. It's not stable, and it's not a good business practice to utilize this kind of network. That's how come you haven't seen open access last mile networks as something that has been a viable option. They just don't work. So for those reasons, we oppose this legislation and would urge the committee to vote ought not to pass. With that, I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Are there questions from the committee for Mr. Sanborn? Seeing none, thank you. We'll go in. I don't believe Sarah Davis is here to testify, and I don't believe Representative Geiger is here to testify. So we'll go to our last person to testify on this bill. Testifying neither for nor against is our public advocate, Barry Hobbins. Barry? Barry, you there?
There.
Yep, there you go. We can hear you.
Jesus Christ.
You're on, Barry.
Thank you. We had a little technical problem here. Sorry about that. Good afternoon. This is Barry Hobbins. I'm the public advocate representing the Office of the Public Advocate. Mr. Chairman Lawrence, Chairman Barry, members of the Energy, Utilities, and Technology Committee. Our office is neither testifying for nor against LD 1432. The OPA is sensitive but hesitant to lend its support to this piece of legislation due to questions that were raised by several senior counsel in my office. Not fatal issues, just questions that they would like addressed through answers, and we would work with the committee during a work session. The first one is, why is the municipal gigabit broadband network access funding being accepted from the protections of Title 35A, Section 9204-A8? Is similar oversight provided somewhere else? Again, these are from my senior counsel in the Office of Public Advocate. Second issue, why are communities and regional partnerships not able to access the fund? The third question is either that no more than one internet service provider already offers symmetrical high-speed internet to a majority of the premises to be served, or that the grant will be used to construct or expand an open access network and effective substitute for, quote, unserved or underserved. The other concern the office had, which I'm sure can be addressed, is this the only criticism? I'm sorry, is this the only criteria to be eligible to access these funds? Next is, why are the information requirements of Section 9211A 5A-E of Title 35A, why are this information eliminated? Next issue that was raised by senior counsel was, why is the cash matching in Section 9211-A7 being eliminated? Next question is, why is the requirement for rulemaking being eliminated in Section 9211-A9? And the final issue, which we would like to have some input on, is, why is the grant cap being eliminated? Now, again, those questions do not go to the need of the bill, and quite frankly, we would, if we could address the answers to the bill, we would probably lend our support. And finally, as the caveat that I've been discussing in the other bills, the Office of Public Advocate believes that there needs to be more of a streamlined approach to addressing the expansion of broadband in the state, especially in the rural areas. A more comprehensive bill that incorporates all of these issues could be that involve the main Connect Maine Authority in the decision-making process will be best served and achieved for this ambitious project, instead of a number of bills that only address one or two or create inconsistencies in other issues. And again, that just goes to the theme I have about the idea of putting together an omnibus bill by the committee that obviously could address many of these issues. The omnibus bill that was put together in 2013 incorporated parts of 8 different pieces of legislation, and no one liked everything, but everyone liked something in the omnibus bill, and it worked out extremely well. So again, thank you for the opportunity to appear on behalf of the Public Advocate's Office. Those questions are in my written testimony. Please take a look at them, and if you can provide answers to it, it would be much help. Or in fact, if you wanted to incorporate this proposal, the municipal gigabit would be a network access fund, then we would be in support of such a fund. Thank you very much for your
Great.
attention.
Thank you. Are there questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Jordan, are we at the end of people testifying on this bill?
We are, yes.
Okay, so I will declare the hearing on this bill closed. So that completes our bills, pre-11 o'clock bills. So we will come back after lunch and do our 11 o'clock bills, extend into the afternoon, and we'll have 1 hour for lunch, and we will be back at 1:20. Any questions before we go? Okay, have a good lunch, get away from the computer, turn your video off and turn your microphone off.
Look at this, it's on 3 different screens.
Okay, folks could turn their video back on. We are going to begin our afternoon's hearings. We have 4 bills on the list, and I'm going to take them slightly out of order, given what I understand to be the availability of sponsors. We will hear LD 1542 first, and then depending on whether Representative Kessler and Wadsworth are with us, we might slot 989 next, and then 1191, and then 1554, which is slightly different from the order advertised. So again, I'm looking for availability of sponsors, but I do understand that Representative Matheson is available now to present her bill. It is LD 1542, and Jordan, if you could go ahead and let her in, we'll get started with that hearing.
I will say I let Senator Sanborn know that I thought we were starting with 989, but we'll circle back to that, I guess.
That sounds good. Yeah, I think she had preferred to go slightly later, so I'm going to honor that. And welcome, Representative Matheson, and we will begin the public hearing on your bill. So please proceed.
Great, thank you so much, and thank you for putting me forward, Representative and Chair Barry. Good afternoon to, I don't see Senator Lawrence, but Representative Chair Barry and esteemed members of the Energy, Utilities, and Technology Committee. I am Representative Christy Matheson, and I represent District 1 in the beautiful town of Kittery. I'm here today to introduce LD 1542, an act to repeal and replace the Kittery Water District Charter. This has been a labor of love and a Herculean task to get this bill before you. So I am so pleased to be here. My predecessor, Representative Dean Rikerson, laid the groundwork for this bill, and I've continued the work over many months, attending Kittery Water District meetings to be sure that all the stakeholders have agreed to the language of this bill presented to you as amended. The Kittery Water District was created many, many years ago in 1907. There have been several changes in the district, as you can assume, since we didn't even have television, or did we even have cars at that time in 1907? I'm not sure. The charter hasn't really kept up with all of these changes. Some notable changes that are needed in the updated charter include expanding the district territory to include Kittery, Elliott, and a portion of York, making its corporate limits coterminous with its service territory, clarifying the timing, location, and process for the elections for the trustees, and expanding the number of trustees who can serve to represent the Kittery Water District. The trustees of the Kittery Water District who are at this hearing as well today can speak to some other specifics if needed by the committee, but this bill is a long-awaited repeal and replacement of the Kittery Water District Charter. It updates the boundaries of the district and makes the Kittery Water District a standard water district pursuant to the Maine 24 revised statutes, Title 35A, Chapter 64. In the 129th legislature, LD 1877 was introduced to this committee, an act to amend the Kittery Water District Charter. There was a public hearing and a work session held. There were some language issues regarding the district territory and the legal voters, so the bill was voted ought not to pass. But these issues have been addressed with this bill as amended before you. I hope that the committee can offer its full support for LD 1542. I'd be happy to answer some questions. I'm not a professional in water districts. However, I have learned an awful lot about them. So I'm happy to try to answer questions, but also there's a trustee on this call as well, Carolyn Rose, that can answer some as well. So thank you so much.
Excellent. Thank you, Representative Matheson. Are there questions from the committee? Seeing none, I guess we're going to save the hard questions for others, and looking forward to trying to resolve this little issue again. This is not the first time we've seen the charter, and hope we can get it done. So thanks for joining us, and we will proceed next to testimony from Carolyn Rose. I take it that I actually had next on the list, I had Dean Rikerson, but I'm assuming that he maybe had to jump off. So we'll go to you, Ms. Rose. Welcome.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Caroline Rose. I'm president of the Board of Trustees for the Kittery Water District. And I'm really just here to request your support for LD 1542 as amended. I've been actively involved in this effort since its inception, and I hope I can answer any questions you might have. And yeah, I was
Great.
hoping Dean would be on here too.
Well, we know where to find him, so he can't escape us. But thank you for testifying. That was a very effective, brief testimony. Does the committee have any questions for Ms. Rose, speaking as a trustee? I guess I have one. Is just to be absolutely sure, because that was one of the things that we worked on last time. Just that all stakeholders affected by this are fully on board. Can you speak to that a little bit?
I can. We have, as Representative Matheson had said earlier, we've had lots of meetings. We've had meetings with the neighboring water districts. We've had meetings with the neighboring towns. And actually the final kind of committee meeting where we went through line by line, we actually had the town manager of Kittery on the line to make sure that terminology for different areas inside the district were all correct.
Got it. Thank you. And a follow-up question of mine is, if I recall correctly, this committee bumped up against a bit of a constitutional conundrum, trying to be sure that everyone had an equal voice. And was that discussed in your putting this amendment together, that equal representation piece of it? And if I recall, it even had to do with sort of, if I live in one town and you live in another and we're both electing trustees, my vote has to count the same as yours, which can be tricky, right? If the town is of a different size or the portion of the district is of different size. So can you speak to that at all?
That was actually very neatly taken care of by using the standard charter. Basically, the trustees are elected by a plurality vote of the voters within the district. So
great.
It was very clean, very tidy.
Excellent. Thank you. Any other questions? All right, seeing none, we appreciate your sticking with us this afternoon and testifying.
Thank you.
And one other thing, will you be available for the work session, which will likely be in a week or two?
Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you.
You're welcome.
And up next to testify on this bill is the public advocate, Barry Hobbins.
Good afternoon, Representative Barry and members of the Energy, Utilities, and Technology Committee. I'm Barry Hobbins. I'm here today in my capacity as public advocate. I'm testifying on this bill on behalf of the office, neither for nor against. I am feeling better that I understand that there has been resolution among the warring parties, which I'm very pleased with, because I do recall, believe it or not, my past life being the chair of a committee, and these type of bills dealing with local municipalities and the issue of expanding turf or whatever you want to call it, sometimes difficult. But my understanding is the parties have come to a resolution. I believe that I've talked to a couple individuals. I feel satisfied. I was going to testify against the bill, to be honest with you. I feel satisfied that if the parties have agreed to it, it looks like it's been properly vetted, that, we're just not going to take a position, but we're not going to oppose it.
Great, thank you, Mr. Hobbins.
Does have any questions at all?
Any questions? All right.
Thank you.
Seeing none, we appreciate your testimony. And I believe that concludes testimony on this bill. Jordan, do we have anyone else?
No one else is in the Zoom that has signed up to testify.
Okay.
So that is it.
Great. So we are going to try to go back to the regular order. I seem to be getting muted by the host. Okay, let me try that again. We're going to go back to the order advertised for these 4 public hearings. And I believe that Senator Sanborn will be joining us momentarily if she's not already in the attendee list. And we'll be ready to present her bill. So we'll be doing 989 next. And we will either follow that with Representative Kessler's bill, or if he's not available, Representative Wadsworth's. And Senator Sanborn, if you can hear me, we are ready for LD 989.
All right, I think I am also ready for 989. Yes, good. Good afternoon, Representative Berry and members of the Energy, Utilities, and Technology Committee. I am Senator Heather Sanborn, and I represent Senate District 28, which is part of Portland and part of Westbrook. I'm here today to introduce LD 989, an act regarding the procurement of renewable natural gas by gas utilities. Maine has over $1 billion of existing natural gas infrastructure, and it's time we began to view it as a tool to help reduce carbon emissions and support Maine's efforts to reach our shared climate objectives. This legislation is intended to catalyze the future use of Maine's natural gas delivery systems, starting the transition away from delivering conventional natural gas to eventually delivering renewable natural gas and hydrogen fuel. To do that, we look to a familiar model, the Renewable Portfolio Standard, which has facilitated the transition of Maine's electricity generation from fossil-based resources to renewables with great success. This legislation takes a modest step in that same direction for our natural gas delivery systems here in Maine by allowing LDCs to integrate up to 2% renewable natural gas in their cost of gas adjustments each year. This proposal is consistent with the Climate Council recommendation of developing a renewable fuel standard for home heating fuels. And because it permits only 2% renewable gas, it is sensitive to cost considerations for natural gas customers. Additionally, I'm so pleased that 4 Maine LDC companies, Summit Natural Gas, Unitil, Bangor Natural Gas, and Maine Natural Gas, have come forward to support this legislation proactively. They know that the future of natural gas delivery can and will be positive for our climate and good for customers. This legislation will also incentivize investment into renewable natural gas and hydrogen production here in Maine. In closing, I will point out that these companies are supporting a change to the definition of renewable natural gas versus what was in the printed bill to make it inclusive of hydrogen and consistent with the definitions of other states around the country. And they will speak to you about this in more detail. I support their proposed change. As someone who lives in a region with natural gas availability, I'm excited for the opportunity that we have to put this infrastructure to positive use in our efforts to reduce climate emissions here in Maine. And I thank you for your consideration.
Thanks, Senator Sanborn. Are there questions? It looks like there are no questions, so thanks for joining us, and good to see you again, as always. And we will go on to testimony in support, beginning with Mr. Matt Jacobson. Welcome.
Well, thank you, Chairman Barry and members of the committee. Appreciate the opportunity to speak with you today. My name is Matt Jacobson. I'm a resident of North Yarmouth, and I'm here today testifying in support of LD 989 on behalf of Summit Natural Gas and all of Maine's hometown local distribution companies, including Bangor Natural Gas, Maine Natural Gas, and Unitil. Here with me, if technical problems have not precluded it, are Lizzie Reinhold from Summit, Kat Bork from Unitil, and Jerry Livingood from Bangor Natural Gas. And we'll all be available to answer questions after my testimony or further in the future. We're united in support of this critical legislation that brings life to recommendations of the Maine Won't Wait climate plan and creates a pathway for us to decarbonize the gas we deliver safely to our customers each day. We also express our appreciation to Senator Heather Sanborn for bringing this important bill forward. Attached to our written testimony, you will find our amendment from us that has received her blessing and has also been made available for your committee analysts. Our collective energy distribution infrastructure is a key component in Maine's low carbon future. Today, we are delivering conventional natural gas. Tomorrow, we will deliver renewable gas derived from landfills and food and animal waste. As we evolve into the utilities of the future, we will deliver green hydrogen derived from wind and solar energy. Simply put, our infrastructure, like that of the power grid, can be transformed to deliver renewable energy to achieve decarbonization goals in Maine and the surrounding region. In fact, modeling from the June 2020 survey conducted by Synapse, a firm hired by the Maine Climate Council, analyzed various pathways to reduce emissions in the building sector in Maine. A pathway that focused on a mix of electricity along with direct use of low carbon, carbon neutral, and carbon negative fuels was able to achieve the state's emissions reduction goals at the fastest pace of all alternatives studied, and at the same time containing cost and preserving energy choice for consumers throughout Maine. Under LD 989, our infrastructure will be aligned with emissions reduction goals today and into 2050, which is why we must create a policy and a regulatory framework that allows companies like Summit, Bangor Natural Gas, Maine Natural Gas, and Unitil to decarbonize the energy we are delivering to our customers the same way the state has led the nation in developing a framework for electric utilities to decarbonize the electrons they deliver to their customers. LD 989 does just that. Maine already has a renewable portfolio standard for electricity. It is a cornerstone of moving Maine's electrical supply to ever greater decarbonization. In the natural gas sector, this legislation provides a key stepping stone to achieve the Maine Climate Council's recommendation of developing a renewable fuel standard for home heating fuels. It allows utilities like us to gradually include renewable gas in our gas supply starting in 2022, so we can make forward progress in decarbonizing our gas system. In expressing our support for the bill, we also want to direct your attention to the previously mentioned amendment that changes the definition of renewable natural gas to make it inclusive of hydrogen in line with the definition of renewable natural gas in other states across the country. For us, this is a first step in developing a policy framework to decarbonize our systems and drive investment in the development of renewable fuels by creating a local market. For Maine, it is among the first steps necessary to meet the goals of the state's climate action plan. Thank you for considering this important piece of legislation, and we encourage the committee to support it, and we're happy to answer any questions.
Great, thank you, Mr. Jacobson. Any questions from the committee? Representative Grahowski.
Thank you so much. I have a technical question that I probably could Google, but since you're here, all things being equal, can the same infrastructure incorporate, normal natural gas, the renewably generated version of that, and hydrogen? Or is there any sorts of mixings or pressure changes or anything that need to happen?
There's a lot of conversation from the perspective of the users. And in Europe, they are playing with different percentages and what helps or hurts the equipment. But they found in the studies so far that it's an easy switch, and there isn't any adjustment to our systems, more potentially on the user systems.
Mr. Jacobson, I'm sometimes reminded when we talk about biogas of the experience with ethanol fuels and ethanol blends 10 years ago or so. They were very fashionable, and a lot of money was put into encouraging the use of those fuels. It didn't pan out entirely as was advertised at the time, and there have been some issues created by that. The climate emissions in particular later on came to be understood a little differently from how they had initially been thought of. Can you speak to or provide for the work session, if it's easier, life cycle analyses of natural gas with respect to the greenhouse gas emissions from the wellhead, and also sort of how the 2% and up introduction of biogas might impact that?
Certainly, we can provide that for the work session. Just for example, the project that Summit is working on in Clinton is capturing manure from dairy cattle. 6,000 of them. And so that methane now is just escaping into the gas. So just into the atmosphere. So if we can capture it and get it in our pipe, it's a reason we'll at least be able to eliminate that. But we can get you way more detail for the work session.
Yep, that's great. That's great.
Thank you, sir.
Any other questions? Seeing none, we appreciate your testimony.
Thank you so much.
All right, we'll go next to Sam Lair. And I neglected to say that we are using a 3-minute clock. I haven't had to remind anyone, but just for those planning to testify this afternoon, I will remind you if 3 minutes is up and ask you to summarize your testimony. And then we might ask you questions. Mr. Lair, welcome.
Thanks. Good afternoon, Chairman Barry and members of the Energy, Utilities, and Technology Committee. My name is Sam Lair, Policy Manager with the Coalition for Renewable Natural Gas, and I'm here to testify in support of LD 989 this afternoon. Our organization provides public policy advocacy and education, representing over 95% of the RNG produced across North America. Renewable natural gas, or RNG, is sustainably produced from methane captured as organic waste decomposes under anaerobic conditions at aggregated organic waste sites, such as landfills, wastewater treatment plants, food waste recycling facilities, and livestock and agricultural operations. RNG production facilities capture, control, and convert methane, an extremely potent greenhouse gas, which would otherwise be flared on site, wasting a potential energy resource, or worse, escape fugitively into the atmosphere at sites where controls are not otherwise required. The resulting RNG can be used in place of fossil-derived natural gas in any application, including as a transportation fuel, to generate renewable electricity, or to provide heat for residential, commercial, and industrial customers. The carbon intensity of RNG ranges from low carbon to carbon negative, the latter being more environmentally beneficial than carbon neutral. Those in the climate and energy space are increasingly recognizing the value of RNG in decarbonizing existing pipeline systems, introducing local energy supply, and providing a new renewable energy offering for ratepayers. RNG projects developed in Maine will also bring substantial economic benefits to the state through the creation of green jobs. And given that RNG production facilities attract between $10 to $100 million in capital investment per project. Ultimately, RNG development and use has the ability to provide substantial reductions in greenhouse gas emissions from both the waste and energy sectors, creating a truly circular resource. And the adoption of LD 989 would provide the state of Maine with an excellent opportunity to begin establishing this resource in 2% increments. It's important to note here that Maine could produce enough RNG from these anaerobic digestion feedstocks to cover over 28% of current gas demand, not including the potential for other types of feedstocks, such as RNG produced from wood waste gasification or other types of renewable gas, such as green hydrogen. And so I should note as well that with respect to ethanol, I think the main difference is that, ethanol comes from corn, right? And so that's a crop that you're growing purposefully to create energy versus the feedstocks for RNG that we're discussing now are from waste feedstocks. And that's where you're going to see a big difference in the carbon intensity between those two fuels. Even though they're biofuels, not all biofuels are created equally. And so with that, I'll wrap it up. I appreciate your consideration of this important legislation, and the RNG Coalition is pleased to support LD 989, and I'm happy to answer any additional questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lair. Any questions? Representative Foster.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Lear, for your testimony. I'm wondering if you could, and maybe this is something that could be provided for the work session, but what is the average cost increase for a quantity of natural gas supplied to a customer when, for instance, 2% of that now comes from a methane production facility? Thank you.
Sure, and I think it would be more appropriate to provide more specific information for the work session. But I think a short answer is that it really ranges depending on the feedstock. So, for example, RNG that comes from landfills might cost a different amount than RNG that comes from captured dairy methane, right? And so it also depends on the cost structure that the RNG developer would be employing in developing their project. And there's a lot of different ways to do that. So definitely a good consideration, a good point. I'd say better addressed through more specific information in the working group.
So I guess what I'm understanding from this is that the product is not currently, it can't currently compete with natural gas on a price basis. Is that right?
Sure. If you were to compare RNG from the cheapest source with natural gas from the cheapest source, it's going to be more expensive.
Mm-hmm. And on average, can you give us a rough idea, just to follow up a little bit on Representative Foster's question? Is that 20% more expensive? Is it? I realize there's a difference between projects.
I apologize. I don't have the numbers right in front of me, but I would be happy to provide that.
Okay, great. Representative Grahowski? Sorry, Representative Ziegler.
The cost of the natural gas, how much is it subsidized, and what's the real cost of the natural gas?
Sure. So it really depends what type of market you'd be selling the gas into. So a lot of RNG producers currently sell the gas into the transportation market, which is incentivized under different federal and state programs. Sorry, does that not answer your question?
No, I'm not talking about the renewable natural gas. You're saying natural gas is less expensive. I just wondered how much subsidy that natural gas that is not renewable gets.
That's a good question. I honestly can't answer that question. I work pretty solely on the RNG side. So that would probably be a better question for your last testifier.
Mr. Lear, I have one more question of my own, which is regarding the transportation from a digester to the distribution or transmission system. Is it sometimes trucked or bottled and then injected, or does it typically need to be located right next to the transmission or distribution system and injected directly?
Yeah, it can be either way. I think it all comes down to what is the most cost effective. If the source is quite far away, it might be more cost effective to truck it, but we've seen both methods be employed effectively for different projects.
Got it. Thank you very much. Any other questions? We do have another from Representative Ziegler.
Yeah, I guess I'm allowed to. In the regards to trucking, if it wasn't used for natural gas, this would go into the waste stream and it would have to be trucked regardless. Is that correct?
Sure. So I think it gets a bit tricky because you can really produce RNG from a number of different feedstocks. But what we're talking about here are waste feedstocks that will be processed through some form of anaerobic digestion. So generally speaking, the largest available feedstock for that is landfill, which naturally would produce the methane, and then you would collect the methane from the landfill, siphon it off, and then either truck or put it into a pipeline to bring it to the customer. There are other schemes. So I think this is actually a really important piece of the conversation, where when we're looking at sort of the next generation for food waste management, where we could really reduce methane emissions to the greatest extent possible, I think to your point, one way to do that is to start putting food in anaerobic digesters, and that could be co-located on a farm, but having those more dedicated anaerobic digesters would then be a way to process that food waste. Does that answer your question?
Representative Ziegler, any follow-up there?
It does. It answers it to some extent because there's a bill in ENR going on this coming Monday that's dealing with that. And for one thing, from landfills, can that be used? How's that cleaned up? I don't want to go on forever, but how is that cleaned up to be used?
Sure, yeah. I mean, basically the raw biogas comes off of the landfill at about 55% methane. And then you would have a gas collection system installed on the landfill, which most landfills have already, because they're required to collect and then flare the gas under federal regulations. And so what we would do then is basically come in and divert the gas away from the flare where it's being wasted, and instead process it through a series of technologies that remove the CO2 and other constituents that don't do well in the pipeline, and then put the gas into the pipeline after the conditioning facility.
Okay, any other questions? Seeing none, thank you, Mr. Lara, for your testimony.
Thanks.
And we'll go next to Ms. Winnie from the Governor's Energy Office.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, Chair Barry, members of the Energy Utilities Technology Committee. My name is Melissa Winnie, and I am the Energy Policy Analyst for the Governor's Energy Office, testifying today in general support of LD 989. As the sponsor mentioned, the Maine Climate Council in the 4-year Climate Action Plan recommended investigating options for establishing a renewable fuel standard for heating fuels. And that would require that a certain percentage of heating fuels come from lower carbon or carbon neutral sources in order to replace or reduce the quantity of fossil heating fuels in residential, commercial, and industrial sectors. While this proposed legislation moves beyond the recommendation to solely investigate these options, it is in alignment with the general concept of supporting renewable fuels. Maine is the most heating oil dependent state in the country, and the GEO is supportive of exploring options to decarbonize Maine's heating and industrial sectors through the utilization of renewable fuels such as renewable natural gas. However, there are a few questions that we think should be considered by the committee in reviewing this legislation. First, the current bill language allows gas utilities to increase the percentage of renewable natural gas in their system by 2% annually indefinitely. So similar to the Renewable Portfolio Standard, or RPS, the GEO recommends including an annual or biannual review of the total amount of RNG in the system and any potential impacts that is having on the gas system. And we would like to hear from the PUC to ensure that they have adequate guidance and maintain oversight of this inclusion of RNG in the gas system. The second is around cost and quality considerations. We again would like to hear from the PUC on how cost would be considered and if there are cost containment measures that may be advisable. Additionally, to ensure gas system reliability and quality, we'd like to hear about what provisions may be needed to ensure quality standards of the RNG being introduced to the system. On greenhouse gas emissions, and I think this is similar to your question, Representative Barry, in order to understand the impact of diverting those greenhouse gas emissions from direct release into the atmosphere to utilizing in the gas system, we recommend including a requirement for a report or some sort of criteria around the overall emissions impact of that program. And finally, we did note that we wanted to better understand the fuels that would fit within the definition as it is currently laid out in the bill language. Perhaps the amendment starts to answer that. I haven't looked at it yet, but we were just trying to determine if further refinement or specifications were needed in that renewable natural gas definition. We were thinking in part in terms of hydrogen and how that would be included or not. So in summary, the GEO is supportive of incorporating renewable natural gas and looking towards other renewable fuels to aid in decarbonization of the heating and industrial sectors. The investigation of an RFS to help integrate renewable fuels was a recommendation of the Maine Climate Council, and this legislation is in alignment with that recommendation, though again, it does implement action beyond just investigation. Thank you for your consideration and happy to take any questions.
Great, thank you. Any questions for Melissa? Representative Grahowski.
Thank you. Ms. Winnie, I believe you said that you were interested in looking at what might qualify as renewable natural gas. And I recall that Senator Sanborn thought we should change the definition of renewable natural gas to include hydrogen. I wonder what your thoughts are on that. I personally feel like maybe we shouldn't be redefining already known quantities to include other already known quantities, and maybe a list is better than a definitional change if we want to go down that route. But I think that hydrogen is really quite different in a pipeline. It has different climate change impacts if it leaks out of the pipeline than natural gas or renewable natural gas does. So I wonder if you could weigh in on what you think is an appropriate approach.
Yeah, thank you, Representative Grahowski. To clarify, one of the questions that I had was whether the creation of renewable natural gas utilizing hydrogen and carbon dioxide would be included in this, assuming that carbon dioxide is collected from, and I don't have the exact language, but decomposing organic matter, which is how the language is currently. I hadn't necessarily, I don't currently have a statement on whether hydrogen itself should be included in that, but I'd be happy to come back with more information on the work session on our thoughts on that.
Great. Ms. Winnie, I note that our biggest users of natural gas are not present today. The industrial sector doesn't appear to be testifying on this bill. And they are the heaviest users by far of natural gas in the state. I'm wondering if you can speak to why that is and help the committee understand that a little bit.
Thank you, Representative Berry. Is your question why they are a prime user of natural gas or why they're not here?
Why they're not here. I can interpret it myself, but I think you can do it as well as I can. I thought it might be useful to talk about transmission versus distribution.
Yeah, and it may be a better question for them. Maybe it would make sense to reach out to those that represent the industrial energy users to speak to that, and I'd prefer them to kind of answer to that rather than me.
Let me just put a finer point on it. I believe they're exempt from this requirement in the way the bill is written. Is that correct?
I would have to confirm that.
Okay. For the work session, that would be great.
Sure.
Thank you. Any other questions for Melissa? Representative Foster.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Ms. Winnie. As a follow-up to Representative Berry's point, I would also like more information on whether or not they're exempt. And if this is being injected into the gas line, I'm not sure how they could be exempt because it's all going to be a common supply, I think, at least for some companies to some areas, both residential and industrial. Thank you for more information on that later.
Great, will do. Thank you.
Great, to be continued. All right, seeing no other questions for Melissa Winnie, I think we've given you enough to do. Thank you for joining us as always. And we'll go next to Patrick Surface to testify, I believe, also in support. Welcome.
That's right. Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair Berry and members of the committee. My name is Patrick Surface, and I'm Executive Director of the American Biogas Council. And I am testifying in strong support of LD 989 and also requesting the use of a different definition for RNG. But I was just corresponding with some of the other supporters of gas utilities just as this hearing was started, because I didn't realize an amendment had actually been created yet, and just took a look at it. And I think that will fix exactly what we're looking to change for it. So let me explain a little bit why that's important, why this bill is important for us, and why the definition needs to be changed. So hopefully that helps to pave the way here. We, the American Biogas Council, we are the voice of the biogas industry in the United States. We represent about 260 companies, about 3,000 professionals in the industry, including folks in Maine and other companies interested in doing business in the state. We want to build more biogas systems. And For those of you who are not familiar with what biogas systems are, although I know there's been an ongoing conversation here in the legislature in this committee, which I love because it's not always the case every place that we speak. Biogas systems recycle usually non-woody waste, organic material like food waste and manure by decomposing or digesting it and resulting in biogas and soil products. And that process is important given the definition. When you do anaerobic digestion, when you digest this material, we're not only producing renewable energy, we're protecting our air by preventing the release of harmful greenhouse gases, like we talked about methane leaking from landfills, for example. We're creating healthier soils by replacing synthetic fossil fuel derived fertilizers with natural rich soil products. And we're creating an opportunity to better manage the nutrients that can sometimes run into our waterways and protect those as well, in addition to creating new jobs and investment. And LD 989 would help do all of these things in Maine and more. An important part here is that biogas systems create biogas by decomposing the organic material. Biogas is about 60% methane, the rest is carbon dioxide. And natural gas in comparison, as you might know, is essentially pure methane, or like 97 to 99% methane. So biogas is not suitable to be put into a natural gas pipeline, and that's why the definition needs to be changed. This is where renewable natural gas comes in. Renewable natural gas, or RNG, is made from biogas by removing anything that's basically not methane. So you take out the carbon dioxide and maybe 1 to 2% of some other gases, and the resulting gas is completely interchangeable with natural gas, and then you can call it RNG when it's interchangeable with the pipeline. It's literally the same thing as natural gas. You can't tell the molecules apart except for the RNG has been renewably produced. And then to get into the comments about hydrogen and other things, while it's a little bit rare today, especially in Maine, other companies are making RNG from woody material, which is an abundant resource in Maine, as you know. And then, of course, folks are making hydrogen as well. And I think it's important that this bill and this process accounts for those as well. So we are in strong support of LD 989 to create a mechanism that allows us to build more biogas systems and produce more RNG with all these economic and environmental benefits. And we would prefer that the definition that has been proposed in the amendment, or I guess will be proposed in the amendment, I'm not exactly sure where that stands, really addresses all of those concerns. The current definition saying that RNG is natural gas resulting from the decomposition of organic matter is not really correct. RNG is really what happens once you decompose the material and then you upgrade it to pipeline quality, and then you have a different gas that is RNG, and that's interchangeable with the pipeline. And you can make RNG from biogas, you can make it from woody materials like a syngas, and you can incorporate hydrogen as well. So thank you very much, and I would be happy to answer any questions.
And thank you. Questions for Mr. Surface? Representative Foster.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Surface. I'm wondering if you could speak just a bit about hydrogen injection. Would that be done prior to injecting it into the natural gas line? In other words, injecting it into RNG first, or does that matter?
You actually have a lot of different ways to incorporate hydrogen, and whether you inject the hydrogen or you mix it, you're really talking about mixing it with the RNG before it goes into the gas grid, or you put hydrogen into the gas grid directly. From what I know is relatively immaterial. The key is you just want to look at the construction of the pipelines that are actually existing in Maine, and understand what the highest percentage of hydrogen is that you can inject. I believe some California studies have even been done saying that you can at least take 10% hydrogen into those pipelines. I'm not sure how much that correlates to Maine, but you can probably inject more hydrogen than anyone's producing right now into the gas pipelines and be okay with it. And just to relate to one of the other questions before about leakages and stuff like that, the hydrogen releases, if there were any, are very different from methane releases. When hydrogen is released, it combines with oxygen that's in the air and makes water molecules. Very different from the impact that methane can have when it leaks, which is obviously a very harmful greenhouse gas, and that's why we want to capture it and use it.
Great. Any other questions for Mr. Surface? All right, seeing none, we appreciate your testimony.
Thank you.
And we will go next to Mr. Barry Hobbins, the public advocate. Welcome back.
Good afternoon.
And somehow the public advocate is muted again. We could hear you for a moment there.
I don't know what happened, but
That's better.
there we
Okay.
go.
We'll
Good
start the
afternoon.
clock over.
Good afternoon. Again, this is Barry Hobbins, Public Advocate representing the Office of the Public Advocate, and we are here neither for nor against this particular bill, LD 8989. Let me say, for a matter of full disclosure, I'm one of those individuals who converted from oil to Summit's natural gas, not a mixture, but Summit's natural gas when I bought a building across the street from the State House. That building sits on Sewell Street, and Sewell Street is, I think, the only street, and maybe one more, that you have a choice of what company you want to buy natural gas from, because the natural gas individuals who own the companies basically split the state contract. And so they decided to both decided to put the line there, Maine Natural Gas and the like. So the other disclosure is that when this first came out, I was very impressed with the idea of thinking beyond the box. That this particular digester idea seemed to me to be one that had some merit and should be vetted. Having said that, our office participated in the initial approval by the Public Utilities Commission for use of the renewable natural gas in the case involving Summit Natural Gas, the case we're talking about, the issue we're talking about. In that particular case, our office was very careful not to essentially push the cost of natural gas over to ratepayers, but we put some borders up, we put some chain fencing, we put some ring fencing, if you want to call it that, regarding the pipeline issue, bringing the pipeline to the facility and the site. And we also concurred that with the interconnection agreement, and the agreement is, I think, is one that is, I think, protects ratepayers, natural gas ratepayers more than it would have if we hadn't entered into that agreement. I urge you to look at the testimony of the Public Utilities Commission. I think you'll find it. They took a cautious view, as we did. My office did have some questions when they reviewed the bill, not enough to oppose this particular bill, but something that should be looked at. And I won't go through them. I'll let the committee work session decide. One of them, though, is something that's being, I think, proposed now, and that's the definition of renewable natural gas. And I think that was one of the points that they asked to be clarified, and I believe that amendment does clarify. I helped and I was involved in the climate control working group, energy working group, and this was brought up, and it was not opposed. And it's one of those things that it's one of the tools in the toolkit in order for us to reach the climate goals that have been set by policy by the state of Maine and with the leadership of the governor. So we ask you to take a look at the questions that we have, see if you can address some of those answers, but we will not be opposed to it. In fact, if we can address some of these questions, my staff is more cautious than I am. I personally have vetted it myself, and I'm okay with it. But out of respect to my staff, I'd like to have these questions looked at, because this isn't a one-person operation in my office. We go through each and every one of these bills and dissect them. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Hobbins. Any questions from the committee? Seeing none.
Thank you.
See you again soon. And we go on to, I believe, the last testimony on this bill from Garrett Corbin at the PUC.
Good afternoon, Representative Barry and members of the Energy Utilities Technology Committee. Nice to see you all. My name is Garrett Corbin. I am testifying neither for nor against LD 989 on behalf of the Maine Public Utilities Commission. This legislation requires the commission to allow a gas utility to use renewable natural gas for up to 2% of the natural gas it supplies to its customers, with authority for utilities to use an additional 2% annually thereafter. In August of last year, as has been noted by the OPA, the Commission approved the use of renewable natural gas in a case involving Summit Natural Gas. In that case, the docket reference is in our written testimony. Summit affiliate will develop a dairy farm-based anaerobic digester to produce renewable natural gas and sell the gas to Summit for use in Summit's system. The parties involved in this transaction signed interconnection agreements that contain, among other things, provisions designed to ensure that in the event the digester facility produces gas that does not meet specified gas quality standards, substandard gas will not enter Summit's distribution system. The interconnection agreements also require the producer to install gas quality measurement equipment on its side of the demarcation point at which delivery is made, and communication devices that will allow Summit to monitor in real time the gas quality data before the gas crosses the demarcation point. So in section 2 of this legislation, that allows a utility to include the cost of that renewable natural gas, its cost of gas adjustment rate. The Commission reviews all utility costs to ensure that they're reasonable and prudently incurred, as the committee knows. Respectfully, we'd encourage the committee to add language clarifying that all costs related to any renewable natural gas would be subject to a finding of reasonableness by the Commission before being included rates or adding standards in any amendment. Another important consideration is that as the percentage of renewable natural gas included in a gas distribution system increases, the quality of the gas in the system and its safe operation may be jeopardized. The Commission suggests adding language that would require any contract for the purchase of renewable gas to include quality requirements such as BTU content, and that the utility maintain documentation ensuring the renewable gas that's delivered meets those requirements, and that the resulting gas mixture is safe for utility facilities and customer equipment. Finally, the Commission would encourage not specifying a percentage amount increase on an annual basis as the printed bill does. The Commission respectfully suggests language be added to state that a utility may increase the amount of renewable gas introduced to its system as long as that can be done safely for the distribution system and its customers, as detailed in the Summit case, and that the provision of renewable natural gas be at a reasonable cost to ratepayers. We'll be present for the work session, and I'd be happy to take any questions.
Great. Any questions? We'll go to first to Representative Grahowski.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Corbin, I'm trying to wrap my head around the necessity of this bill in that it's permissive. It's not a requirement that they incorporate 2% natural gas. And based on your sharing what happened with Summit and renewable natural gas, it already sounds like the Commission can approve such a purchase agreement. So, and there's already a process by which they could get approved, and it's happened. So what is the value of this legislation from the PUC's perspective? It sounds like you can already do it.
Well, yeah, I think the PUC, as with the testimony on that, even on that question, would be, very much neither for nor against. But the developers or the proponents would, I think, to horribly oversimplify it, there are market reasons why doing this on a sort of larger basis. I think they'd have some reasons why having statutory parameters would make sense for them, and I defer to them to elaborate on why. Thanks for the question.
Representative Foster.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Corbin, for being here and testifying today. I'm wondering, I assume the PUC has the expertise when looking at the rates to decide that the rate requested for this portion, this RNG gas portion of what's going into the natural gas feed for customers is properly priced. That's a question. Do you have that expertise, and is that part of what the PUC oversight would contain?
Sure. Thanks, Representative Foster, for the question. Are you asking about the rate impact, on ratepayers, or more just the price, just to make sure I understand you, the price itself?
What I'm asking about is if they put in, let's say, 2% of this RNG, and they suggest that the price should now increase to a certain amount to compensate for that. Is that part of what the PUC would regulate, and do you have the expertise to look at that? And I refer to some of the installations, especially a pilot project this committee approved several years ago of an electric production facility using methane gas from food and manure source plant, where the rate of electricity that they were paid for their production of electricity was based on obviously what they had to invest and also a profit. Whereas this is pretty much a recovery facility along with a cleansing, if you will, purifying of the gas facility. And so it's a different cost, if you will, as I would see it. And I'm just wondering if you would adjust it. Is there some parameter that says they can only charge a certain amount for this added portion to compensate for what they're doing? Thank you.
Yeah, sure. Thanks. That's helpful. The legislation as drafted has just a reasonableness standard in it. And so in our testimony, we mentioned, just suggested that it be clarified that the commission could reach a determination as to whether the price increases in fitting with the commission's general understanding of what's reasonable or not. That said, I think additional clarification in any amendment would probably be welcomed by the commission if there are standards that the committee feels are warranted. And that said, as well, I guess in turn, I think it is something that's can be difficult to craft. It can be easier said than done. So it may be better left to the commission's purview on a case-by-case basis. But if there's anything that's obvious to the committee, I think we'd welcome that.
Yep. If I may follow up, Mr. Chair. So with that in mind, and referring back to Representative Grochowski's point about what the PUC already has the capability to do and responsibility to do, when this RNG would be injected into a system now under current regulations, the PUC would look at whatever the utilities rate was and take all that into consideration before allowing some type of a rate increase. Is that correct?
Yeah, correct. I don't think that this would be wide open, unlimited in that sense when it gets to the commission. But knowing where to draw that line is where that standard gets can be debatable. So that's why I think having something, if there is something that's the committee is able to agree upon, wouldn't hurt. But otherwise, the commission, I think, as drafted, the commission could impose some sort of reasonableness judgment in any rate case. But I think that's again why we asked in the testimony essentially for at a minimum clarification that the commission can reach a reasonableness determination. So that's just a little bit sort of doubling down on that wouldn't hurt.
Great. Mr. Corbin, at the risk of thoroughly embarrassing myself, I'm going to run my very rough understanding of the possible exemption that I spoke about earlier. I don't know if you were listening, for large industrial and commercial customers by you, and just ask if you can confirm my my rough understanding. So it's my understanding that all Maine commercial and industrial natural gas customers may choose the company that supplies their natural gas, and this is sometimes called commodity gas service. So this competitive natural gas service, it's sometimes known as transportation service that's provided by the local utility. It's not provided, other than the transportation service, it's not provided by the utility. So this bill before us, correct me if I'm wrong, would just apply to the gas that is delivered and purchased from the utility itself. So the non-competitive gas customers, non-commercial and industrial. Do you agree with that characterization?
Well, I would first confirm that you have not embarrassed yourself in asking the question, but I might in the answer in that I'm honestly not sure. I think the way that you described that was helpful, because I didn't, the bill doesn't have any clear exemption as I understood it. So I was trying to check on that, but that's helpful. So yeah, we could get back to you to just with some certainty for the work session, but I don't think I'm able to right now, unfortunately.
For the work session is fine. And thank you for attempting to assure me that I hadn't embarrassed myself. Any other questions? All right. We will go on to the next bill unless there's any other testimony. Jordan?
That is it for this bill.
All right. And Representative Kessler, you are with us. Okay. Are you ready to present the bill?
I am.
Okay. I understand you're going to make it easy on us. LD 1191.
Well, we'll see.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you, everybody. I am Chris Kessler. I represent District 32, which is part of South Portland and part of Cape Elizabeth. And I promise you, I am a passenger in this vehicle at the moment. So I am here to quickly introduce LD 1191, which was to have the PUC analyze time of use rates. And I had introduced this bill because the biggest curiosity that I have is about our existing infrastructure and its ability to be utilized for time of use rates. I was glad to see that Senator Vitelli's bill, LD 528, which is the energy storage bill, it contains this bill within that bill. So I would like to elaborate on that discussion, but I would also like to hand this committee a gift of quickly disposing of this legislation. So that is my testimony. Thank you.
Okay. Loud and clear. Thank you. Any questions? All right. Seeing none. Nope. There are two questions. Just want to make sure everyone heard that the sponsor is asking us not to pass his bill. We'll go to a question from Representative Foster.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I did hear the sponsor loud and clear. Thank you, Representative Kessler, for joining us during your trip and travels. So my question is, if for whatever reason Senator Vitelli's bill was unsuccessful, are you sure you want to relieve us of carrying through with your bill? I certainly am interested in the intent of your bill. I think it's a very valuable experiment, if you will. So that's the reason for my question. Thank you.
Representative Kessler.
Thank you, Representative Foster, for your comment question. I have faith that we'll be able to thoroughly address this particular issue in LD 528. So, that is my answer to that. Thank you.
Great, Representative Grochowski.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Representative Kessler. I really also agree with Representative Foster in general that time of use rates really seem to hold a lot of promise for perhaps balancing the load on our grid and the demand. I am comfortable with really trying to put some effort into Senator Vitelli's bill to accomplish the next steps on this. My question for you, Representative Kessler, is do you think it's a good strategy for us to put in a lot of these sort of bills so that we can get our percentages up in the next session, perhaps, and take a little bit less pressure from the presiding officers? I think this is maybe a really good new strategy we can employ.
Representative Kessler.
I'm sorry, I was driving through Bodenham and I had a bad connection. Would you please repeat your question?
It happens to the best of us, Representative Kessler. Representative Kowski, do you want to reiterate your question?
It was not technically an important question. I just was suggesting to this committee that we could be framed as the hardest working and most effective committee if we would put in a lot more bills and then immediately kill them.
I think Representative Kessler
you all can still hear me.
I think you're stuck in the Bodenham Triangle.
I think I'm still with you all.
All right.
Do what you got to do.
Okay, Representative Kessler, thank you for your testimony. We appreciate your presenting the bill, and I hope you escape from the Bodenham Triangle soon. We'll go next to testimony from Mr. Hudson on behalf of Energy, I believe.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I find that perhaps my testimony here is unnecessary, or not. But I'm Stephen Hudson. I'm a partner with Party Flaherty. I'm here today on behalf of NRG, who is both the country's largest retail electricity supplier, as well as an owner of renewable energy generation of all sorts that it uses to help meet its clients' needs. NRG does support time of use rates. We have a short statement that we've submitted. I would share some concern about tying all efforts on time of use rates to a bill on battery storage. There may be reasons for being able to split those out, but I would rely on the committee's decisions if it thinks it has the ability to split those bills if necessary in order to advance the concept of time of use rates. In other states in which NRG provides full retail choice to its customers, it takes advantage of time of use rates. It supports time of use rates in order to provide a wide array of benefits to its and program options for its customers. Things like free nights and weekends, discounted rates for evenings, and other programs. We also find that time of use rates can help. In conjunction with that, we provide detailed information, real-time usage to our customers, and therefore they can then adjust their consuming patterns to reflect their preferred manner, both trying to minimize costs as well as maximize the utility of their electric usage. So we support them. We will be here to be part of the discussion, whether it's on this bill or part of Senator Vitelli's bill, but we hope that whether or not that bill goes ahead on the larger scale topic of energy storage, we hope that this committee will at least charge the PUC to take a look at the issue. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Any questions? All right, seeing none, we'll go on to Mr. Hobbins. Welcome back.
Welcome. Thank you very much, Representative Berry, members of the Energy, Utilities, and Technology Committee. I'm Barry Hobbins. I'm the public advocate representing the Office of the Public Advocate before the committee. Our committee will take neither for nor against position on LD 1191. I provided, considering what the sponsor's wishes are, I think that all I could ask for is for the committee to read the testimony and because essentially what we are saying in the testimony is you have to be very cautious that any change in rate design will have winners and they'll have losers. If rates are lowered for one group of customers to better reflect their usage characteristics, the rates of other customers probably would go up, and we say must go up. This can result in a significant customer resistance to any type of changes. And I think that I won't go further, but this is a very controversial issue. Obviously, it is difficult for the Office of Public Advocate to represent ratepayers, especially low-income ratepayers in these type of cases, in this type of proceeding or case. One of the problems is that the studies that were done, in fact, commissioned by our office, says basically that those in the low income bracket use twice as much electricity per kilowatt hour than those who are not in low income in the rate category. So it is a kind of a double-edged sword. But again, as far as technical issue, I would like you to look at the proposed December 1st report back date from the Public Utilities Commission. It's our opinion that that's too soon for such a complicated issue to be reviewed. And if the committee is amenable, depending on what the committee does with this bill, delaying that date to a date in the spring of 2022 would, I believe, be a prudent move on part of the committee and would be our recommendation. We do not feel this study should be dictated by the timing of the second regular session. So with those thoughts, if we do have a work session on this bill, we will be present and will participate if asked. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Mr. Robbins. Any questions? All right.
Thank you.
Seeing none, we'll go on to Mr. Corbin from the commission.
Good afternoon again, Representative Berry and members of the EUT committee. I also would echo those before me that in light of the sponsors' wishes, I think it would be wise to try to abbreviate my comments. Our written testimony has some information that I hope will be of use to the committee, whether it moves forward with this concept, exploring this concept under this legislation or LD 528. But just to kind of summarize in case it's helpful, as the committee's aware, there are two components to electricity charges. The rates charged by the T&D utilities and the rates charged by the on the supply side by CEP. The commission has authority to establish rate design for T&D, but does not have the authority for CEPs. So I think some of the information that's in our written testimony, there's a table that hopefully shows there is, currently the option to use it. In some cases, it's actually mandatory that it be used, time of use, that is. So it is, it's not a concept that is totally new here, and it is underway in some fashion in Maine. And I think with that, I'd welcome any questions. Otherwise, try to help out at the work session on, again, on this or LD 528. Thanks.
Great, thank you. Any questions for the commission? All right, seeing none, we'll go to the Governor's Energy Office. Welcome back, Ms. Winnie.
Great, good afternoon again, Chair Berry, members of the Energy Utilities Technology Committee. I am Melissa Winnie, Energy Policy Analyst for the Governor's Energy Office. And we were testifying neither for nor against LD 1191. In light of that introduction and the sponsor's wishes, I will just summarize. We did provide written testimony in that we highlighted some of the potential benefits of time of use rates. We did also note a few bills that include time of use rate considerations or rate design, including Senator Vitelli's storage bill, as well as the LD 347 on related to electric vehicles. I would also just like to note that recommendation, again, of the Climate Action Plan was for a stakeholder process to transform Maine's electric power sector. And within that, there was a recommendation for that group to consider demand management strategies such as effective time of use rate design. That stakeholder initiative is still in planning stages, but there were other planning entities that also were reviewing and considering effective implementation of time of use rate design, including the recently released Maine Utility Regulatory Reform and Decarbonization Initiative. And so I think with that, the only other point I would want to make is focusing on specific areas such as storage or electric vehicles may provide some of that more informative insight into the effective use of time of use rates. So I want to focus beyond just some of the storage considerations, but other areas where time of use could be effective to take a look at how it's implemented. So again, it is written testimony was provided and would be happy to be available for the work session if needed. Thank you.
Sorry, I was muted. Representative Grochowski.
Thank you. Regarding the stakeholder initiative that you just referred to and that being in the planning stages, 2 questions. Is that something that your office will be overseeing, and what can we hope the timeline might be to start that process off? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Representative Grochowski, for the question. I don't have much information on that at this point. I will note that the recommendation was a little vague in exactly how that group would be organized. There were some thoughts that it would be in the Governor's Energy Office in close coordination with the Public Utilities Commission. So that is kind of what we're looking at is the specifics within that recommendation. I can try to come back with more information on that at the work session if there is one, but beyond that, I don't have additional details at this time.
Thank you. I would, like to follow up and say any information and insight you can provide would be helpful. I know that many of us are anxious to know that the right information is being gathered and that information is going into a plan so that we're not haphazardly making our way to 2030 and having missteps along the way. So any clarity we can get about how that all of these things are going to work together and when we're going to be able to look at and evaluate a plan would be very helpful for me. Thank you.
Great. Representative Foster.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Ms. Winnie, again for being here today. In your testimony, you mentioned a bill which possibly Representative Grochowski can answer this question if you can't, but LD 318, which, as I understand it, has not yet come up for consideration. Do you think that that's something that could also capture this idea, if you will, if that bill were to come out and be worked and go forward? Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Foster, for the question. If I'm remembering correctly, I believe that is still a concept bill, but it did specifically mention time of use rates. So included it as something that may be able to address this, but perhaps Representative Grochowski has greater insight into exactly how that may be used.
If Representative Grochowski wants to raise her hand, she's welcome to do that, but I'll go to back to you, Representative Foster.
Yes, thank you. And I only brought that up because it's Representative Grochowski's bill, so I thought she might have some insight.
Representative Grochowski.
I just wasn't sure if we should get into a conversation about it during a public hearing on another bill, but I'm happy it's not fleshed out beyond concept draft at this point. I can say that much.
Great. To be continued, I'm sure. All right, so seeing no further questions for the Governor's Energy Office, I believe that concludes testimony on this bill. I just want to turn to our clerk and make sure.
That is correct.
And unless there's anyone in the attendees just joining us or rejoining us, whoop, look at that. There is. I was about to say we don't have a quorum to take a vote, but now thanks to Representative Cuddy, we do. So if there is a motion to go into work session, we can certainly do that. Unless there's objection, and I would want to make sure there's no objection to doing that. So let me ask that question first. Is there any objection to going into work session on this bill? All right, seeing none. Is there a motion to do so?
So moved.
And is there a second? Did I hear a second? Okay, Representative Carlo seconds the motion. Representative Wadsworth made the motion. All those in favor of going into work session, please indicate with a show of hands. And that's unanimous. So we will proceed to vote on this bill, or a motion on this bill. Is there a motion?
I move ought not to pass.
It's been moved ought not to pass by Representative Wadsworth. Is there a second? Seconded by Representative Carlo and Representative Kratzky. We'll start with Carlo. And any discussion before we proceed to a vote? All right. Yep. Representative Wadsworth.
Well, it just seems like we have other vehicles if we wanted to pursue this for Representative Kessler. So this is just, I think, one way to pare down kind of our workload and bills that we have pending. Is that right, Mr. Chair?
I would fully concur. I think that's exactly right. And that's the spirit in which Representative Kessler offered his recommendation to us. So it's not that we don't care about time of use rates and the opportunity that they present. I know a lot of us share an interest in that. So I'm sure this will be to be continued. And any other discussion? Or Senator Vitelli.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to thank Representative Kessler for his position on this, and I'd be more than happy to consider any clarifications in the storage bill if his interests in time of use rates are not adequately addressed in that vehicle. So just wanted to make that statement.
Thank you. That's very helpful. Any other discussion? All right, we will proceed to a vote, and I'll ask our clerk to call the roll.
All right. So the motion is ought not to pass. Senator Lawrence is absent. Senator Vitelli?
Yes.
Senator Vitelli is a yes. Senator Stewart is also absent. Representative Berry?
Yes.
Representative Berry is a yes. Representative Cuddy?
Yes.
Representative Cuddy is a yes. Representative Grahowski?
Yes.
Representative Grahowski is a yes. Representative Kessler, I believe, is also absent. Representative Ziegler?
Yes.
Representative Ziegler is a yes. Representative Wood is also absent. Representative Wadsworth?
Yes.
Representative Wadsworth is a yes. Representative Grignan is absent. Representative Foster?
Yes.
Representative Foster is a yes. And Representative Carlo?
Yes.
Representative Carlo is a yes. That is 8 in favor of the motion, with the remaining being absent.
Okay, very good. And we will go right on to our last but not least bill of the day. Thank you to the sponsor, Representative Wadsworth, for your patience, and to all those who care about this bill long enough to have hung in there. LD 1554 will be presented to us now by its sponsor, and I'm pleased to recognize Representative Wadsworth.
Thank you, Chair Barry and fellow peeps on the EUT committee. I am Nathan Wadsworth, and I'm bringing forward today LD 1554, an act to provide climate change transition assistance for Maine's energy-intensive businesses. This bill came together after reflection on several recent events. The COVID pandemic affected Maine's economy, as we all know. In response, the federal government created the PPP, providing forgivable loans to many of Maine's businesses with employers of less than 500 people. What not everyone knows is the deep disruption the pandemic created for many of Maine's energy-intensive manufacturers. In just one sector, many grades of paper saw demand collapse rapidly at an unprecedented rate and to devastatingly low levels in 2020. At the same time, many of these companies were not eligible for federal support due to size limitations or for state aid, which focused on Maine's smaller businesses. The governor also called together leaders from all areas of Maine society to form her Economic Recovery Committee, which worked throughout the summer and fall of last year and provided many recommendations, many of which the legislature is still considering at this time. At the same time, Maine's Climate Council continued its work, resulting in the Climate Action Plan. Maine won't wait. We have only begun to scratch the surface of the work laid out in that report. The Climate Plan's Strategy C is to reduce carbon emissions in Maine's energy and industrial sectors through clean energy innovation. As part of this larger strategy is one goal that directly involves Maine's manufacturing industries, and in consideration of which I offer this bill. That one goal is accelerate emissions reductions of industrial uses and processes, which propose to launch an industrial task force to collaboratively partner with industry and stakeholders to consider innovations and incentives to manage industrial emissions through 2030 and reduce total emissions by 2050. As I considered these developments, I was reminded that about 6 years ago, Speaker Mark Eves and then Senate President Mike Thibodeau, studying the issue of energy prices and the state of Maine's rural manufacturing, offered a piece of legislation which became 2016 Public Law Chapter 49, otherwise called the RGGI Rebate Bill. This bill provided financial rebates to energy-intensive manufacturers, roughly reflecting the proportional share of RGGI revenue received by the state. This now ended program is to my proposal in LD 1554 is the short-term biomass bailout bill this committee also enacted is to LD 1202. In each case, we are moving from a short-term financial aid to long-term strategic support. LD 1554 provides an avenue to assist Maine's energy-intensive manufacturers with transitioning to the lower carbon future laid out in the Climate Action Plan. However, the plan's goal does not contain any funding mechanism to help it become a reality. This bill provides a sustainable funding vehicle for climate transition that I believe maintains ongoing funding of existing RGGI programs, and then after future RGGI revenue growth, allows those existing programs to expand as the manufacturing support level is capped. LD 1554 is not simply a grant program, however. It's somewhat modeled after the PPP program, requiring recipients to maintain at least substantially similar economic impact within Maine in order to have program funds remain grants. If not, these funds convert to loans, which must be repaid in full within 2 years. I will defer detailed discussion about the mechanics of these proposed programs so the others following me. I'm certainly open to suggestions that my fellow committee members or other interested parties may have in improving this bill, ensuring that it better fits within the industrial goal laid out in the Climate Action Plan. Thank you.
Any questions for Representative Wadsworth? So Representative Wadsworth, the way I'm reading the bill, the money would come from RGGI and the Efficiency Maine Trust would give it out in the form of loans. And if I received a loan and my business had the same number of employees for 5 years, then it would convert to a grant, essentially, that I would retain that money. Is that correct?
Yeah, I believe that's correct.
Okay. Got it. And the loan amount that I could receive would be up to how much?
I'm not sure of that.
Okay.
Maybe someone following me could answer that.
Great. Okay. Any other questions? All right. Thank you, Representative Wadsworth. And we'll go on next to Stephen Hudson with testimony and support.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Representative Barry and members of the Joint Standing Committee on Energy, Utilities, and Technology. Once again, I am Stephen Hudson of Party Flaherty, testifying on behalf of Industrial Energy Consumer Group in strong support of LD 1554. We want to thank the sponsor for bringing this bill forward for your consideration. We also thank Michael Stoddard of the Efficiency Maine Trust for providing his testimony in advance of this hearing. You'll see in my written testimony that I have tried to address some of the questions that Michael has asked, because as usual, his testimony is thoughtful and helps sharpen the thinking of all of those involved. But the origin of this bill lies in those circumstances that Representative Wadsworth has mentioned regarding the large energy intensive manufacturers. I don't want to repeat all of them. I just want to note that, as previously reported by EMT in response to a PUC inquiry, Maine's industrial sector is measured by as transmission and sub-transmission level customers for years. It actually received less RGGI funds than its proportional share would be. And there are some reasons for that we can get into. Some of it has to do with some of the program restrictions and some of their own corporate financing structures and covenants that prevent a normal loan. But what we really wanted to do in the discussions that the ICG members had was trying to create some sort of permanent funding vehicle that could be more readily used by Maine's large industrials. As this committee is aware, while the ICG often opposes additional assessments on electric ratepayers, we have argued for several years that the climate mitigation work the state is undertaking needs to be funded from other fossil fuel sources which contribute greenhouse gas emissions. We say this in full recognition of the fact that we are large consumers of oil and other fossil fuels and will end up paying our share of such fossil fuel assessments. While many of our industrial processes do not have readily available zero carbon alternatives, we believe that where we can cost effectively reduce our fossil fuel footprint, we should do so. And this bill is an attempt to provide support for such efforts. Support that, as noted, these companies already pay through for the RGGI surcharge that applies to ISO New England's locational marginal price for electric power. So we look at LD 15.4 as a starting point for discussion about how the state can partner with large industrials on climate change transition efforts. We certainly agree with some of the questions and some that Representative Berry has already asked, that this bill as drafted is not in the final version that the committee should adopt. That is in part just because of the fact that we wanted to have, we were hoping for dialogue. We asked for the opportunity to engage in discussions with the EMT, the Governor's Energy Office, and other interested parties on whether there is a path forward for an industrial climate program during this legislature. I'm not going to go into all my other comments in my testimony. I'm glad to answer questions related to that. I do think that in response to Representative Berry's question, that our sense was we wanted to keep the program elements to be defined by the EMT through its rulemaking effort to develop this program. And that, the program limits, the grant limits would be set that way. We're happy to, if folks have other ideas about wanting to specify that in statute. But even when we disagree with EMT on specific issues, we hold them in high regard. Michael and his team's efforts in the state and their stewardship of its resources are a good example of
thank you.
Careful conservation of the ratepayer money, and we're looking forward to engage in a constructive rulemaking. So,
thank you, Mr. Hudson.
Sure.
Any questions from the committee? All right, seeing none, we appreciate your testimony. We'll go on next to Mr. Hobbins.
Thank you very much, Representative Berry and members of the Energy, Utilities and Technology Committee. I'm Barry Hobbins, and I'm the public advocate representing the Office of the Public Advocate. And the public advocate and the Office of the Public Advocate is speaking neither for nor against this particular bill. But let me say that how impressed I am that this bill is, first of all, with the stature of the sponsors of the bill. And I think it's symbolic of an attempt in a bipartisan way to look and address address issues regarding climate control, but also the viability of our industrial base and the challenges that they have faced during the pandemic and in the past. So as a matter of being involved in the process, I think it's important that the Office of the Public Advocate be to at least have a place at the table. And this is an ongoing discussion. It's not one of those things just because maybe some of those credits will go someplace else. They should go someplace else, but not to the industrial community. I think that's mixing politics and philosophical issues with the reality of what we have today. So I would hope whatever the committee does, that you would include the Office of the Public Advocate in that discussion. If you have any questions, I'd be more than happy to answer them.
Thank you. Any questions? All right, seeing none.
Thank you.
We go next to Michael Stoddard of the Efficiency Maine Trust. Welcome.
Good afternoon, Chairman Barry, members of the committee. My name is Michael Stoddard. I am the Executive Director of the Efficiency Maine Trust and appreciate the opportunity to testify before you this afternoon on LD 1554. We are neither for nor against this bill. And I would echo many of the things Mr. Hudson and Representative Wadsworth said about the importance of working collaboratively with the industrials in our state to help them find a path forward to decarbonizing, as we are doing with all the other sectors. But as you know, some of the technologies that are available in other sectors are commercially available now, and the pathway forward seems more clear. But with industrials, there's a lot more complexity and some more challenges, and we have work that we need to do there together. And I also appreciate Mr. Hudson's suggestion that we should be looking for ways to provide a sustainable funding stream to do that. Reggie have been the dollars that we have used to work with industrials in the past, and it seems like an obvious candidate to continue working with them to help them lower their energy consumption and lower their greenhouse gas emissions. I want you to know, and I outlined in my testimony briefly, that we do have programs currently on offer where we are actively working with the largest energy consumers in our state. Those programs are consistently very successful, and you can see that by the nature of the benefit to cost ratio of those programs that we reported in FY 2021. And then, as Mr. Hudson mentioned, I did list some questions. We were intrigued by what we saw here in the bill, and it prompted us to think of some very specific questions about how this might get implemented, and we would look forward to working with the bill sponsor and other stakeholders in trying to nail down some of the details as we would go to implementation. But I do greatly appreciate the practice of leaving some of the nitty-gritty details to the implementing agency. In this case, it would be us to try and figure out how it works, because there's always details you stumble upon when you get way down into the weeds that you don't know about, or you can't contemplate or conceive of during the legislative process. And I think that's appropriate, that the legislation stays a little bit higher level. And then when you get down into the weeds, you leave that to the discretion of the Efficiency Maine Trust and our board, and we would work that out through a rulemaking. I think that would be appropriate. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Stoddard. Any questions? All right, seeing none. Appreciate your being a resource on this. And I believe that concludes testimony for this bill. Jordan?
It does. That's it.
Okay. Great. Well, the chair will now close the work session on LD 1554, and that concludes our work for the day. We have a big day tomorrow at the State House, and quite a big day of work sessions on Thursday, starting at 10:30. We did start it late. Hoping to be better rested and after whatever tomorrow brings to the State House, and ready to get some voting done. So we'll see you all in person at the State House. And unless Deirdre or Dan, do either of you have anything for us?
I don't believe there's anything else.
All right.
Nope,
I did just want to know, we actually start at 10 on Thursday, but that's a briefing at 10 and the work session start at 10:30.
Thank you. That's right. Good good addition there. There is an updated plan for the day that Jordan sent us yesterday, and I had already forgotten it. So 10 o'clock, not 10:30. All right, very good. So see you all tomorrow at the State House.